Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, before we get started here, let me post real quick that I am alive. Yeah, so yesterday I was talking about how I wasn't going to do more Nightfall, but I'm really having such a good time. And all day today, I was kind of like thinking about it. Honestly, like I think with any of the other um playthroughs, it's not that I didn't enjoy them, but I was kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm doing that when I'm doing that. But then all day today I was just like, man, can't wait to get into more like Paragon stuff and like going through Elona. And like I said, this expansion has really grown on me over the years. Like it was my least favorite or campaign, right? It's like they're not expansions, but they're standalone campaigns. But Prophecies was always my main one, right? That was the one where I'm like, yeah, that's the standard one. That's the one that introduces us to like all the fun things. And Ascalon was like one of my favorite areas, and Shiver Peak Mountains I really loved, and whatever, right? And then, um, of course, everyone loved factions and the areas there, and the specific professions that we got with the Ritualist and the Assassin, being very unique and kind of really fun to play, and very meta too. Like a lot of like, those are pretty good professions to use even now. But something about Nightfall, like, I don't know, it's really grown on me over the last few years. So, I'm really excited. Alright. I'm really excited to play this. So, I hope you guys are as well. I hope you guys are doing well. And like I said, so I kind of left it up to the community, I guess, in a way. Um, but I did post on Twitter, and the couple of votes that I did get all wanted Guild Wars. So I was like, you know what? And then I had a couple other people that said Guild Wars. So I'm like, you know what? Everyone's saying Guild Wars, so I should probably do Guild Wars. Hey, I'm doing well. How are you, Emily? I gotta monetize my stream. You gotta manually monetize my stream because apparently YouTube, one of the biggest companies, does not know how to do that on them. That is a-okay, or I don't know if there is an option for it. Yeah, so the really one fun thing you guys can kind of hear it right now with the music is a couple years ago, because they have one developer that's still working on Guild Wars 1, right? He like does like quality of life once in a blue moon. There's like certain things that he works on here and there. But one thing that he did do a couple of, I want to say like a year ago or something, I'm not sure, but um, he uh, he made it so that we could, hey, hi, uh, as some Guild Wars 1 aspects. Uh, oh, hold on. So I'm gonna finish this thought first before we get into that. But yeah, so he made it so that the music would cycle through um, all of the different musics that are available in that were different login musics or whatever. So this is the Nightfall one, I want to say. But yeah, so for the longest time it was always just the Eye of the North music, but then they do the regular Prophecies one, and the Factions one, and yeah, so it's really cool. I love that. I hope Guild Wars 3 has some Guild Wars 1 aspects. I'm hoping, like, I think if we really look at like just plain as day, like how would you want a Guild Wars 3 to be, I would want them to meld together aspects of both games. I think that is honestly the best way that I could see this work out. So, I would really want them to do a like a like the combat, for example, the way that like the movement, not specifically the combat, but the movement. Like I would want it to be Guild Wars 2 rather than Guild Wars 1, right? Um, but then I would like maybe the battle system, like actually have it be like group-based combat. Maybe even have it instance. Like I'm one of those people that like I would be okay if Guild Wars 3 was like instance like Guild Wars 1, honestly. Um, because I feel like it worked out better for them that way because they put such a big focus on the story and stuff like that, and I think it just works out better that way. But yeah, I would want it to kind of like play like Guild Wars 2, but have a lot of aspects in the combat and the build crafting and like um that sort of stuff from Guild Wars 1. I don't know. So I would like to see like a combination of different things. Kind of have ArenaNet really say like, take a blank piece of paper and just kind of say like pros and cons of both games. What's something that you would want to see from both games in this third expansion? Kind of like write down these things and really like look at like, okay, we want this, we want this, we want this, we want it this way, blah blah blah. Like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like they probably obviously would do that anyways, but yeah, nonetheless. All right, so here we are. We are on the Istani Isles here. We haven't really explored much of them, but uh, we started out our journey as like these new and upcoming leaders in the Sun Spears, right? Koss being our like go-to man, but he's not really like looking to the for the leadership role. He's kind of like he kind of wants to be in charge, but he kind of is just like he knows that we're like more of the guy to be in charge, and he kind of can follow us, right? So the two of us set out under the leadership of Cormier to sorry, I'm trying to get comfortable. Um, to become these like full-on sun spears, right? So we could do a bunch of side quests, and we rise up in the ranks, and we do training in various ways. We did all this, and we hear a couple of things here and there about how there's dignitaries that have arrived from Korna and from Vabi. So from Korna here, and then from Vabi up here, dignitaries have arrived on Istan, and General Morgan of the Cornan military is kind of he wants to do like a sparring match, kind of. He wants to kind of test the might of the Sun Spears a little bit, and so we're kind of preparing for that right now. We have to like kind of raise our rank, rise up in the ranks, in order to kind of be able to show these people like, okay, this is what the Sun Spears are all about, right? So and we have met a bunch of these guys. Pretty much the whole idea is that these are people in the Sun Spears. And we kind of, we heard a little bit about Garrus, like knowing about like where he's gonna die, and Abasi having been a Corsair and then being spared by Garrus. Sogalan having been named after Sogalan the Protector, which was like a one of the like Sun Spears, a big one of the big ones, right? We heard about Herda and Herda or whatever, and like kind of her struggles that she has, right? Yeah, she's kind of like not having the greatest of times. Kim over here, she's having a hard time, where she's just like, oh, I'm a girl, and a lot of people are kind of like, you see that in her dialogue that she's kind of like, ooh. We learned a little bit about Odura being from Vabi and her sister being in Ascalon. Tamara being oh, she used to carry Pomer's spear during festivals and stuff, so she's always dreamed to be. So we've learned about all these characters, but more importantly, we have people in our group. So we have Dunkoro here, who's a monk, and he just joined us. He's a tactician. He's like a strategist. He makes the plans, and then Cormier executes them, kind of thing. And he joins us. So because he worked really well with us together, defending the quarry and getting the diggers here. So Cormier was like, well, you permanently work together. And then of course our friend Koss is here. So there we go. I don't think Guild Wars 3 would even work. Look at all Guild Wars 2 stories they got beginning or are connected with Guild Wars 1, but in Guild Wars 3, what story can continue from Guild Wars 2? I mean, there are certain things that you can do. Like if we take it, the I think what they will do again, I think probably they wouldn't do like a direct sequel to Guild Wars 2. Probably what they would do is um they would do another time skip, right? And we would kind of like get to deal with um just with other things, right? But there's probably, I mean, there's like, we could be dealing with like, I don't know, the centaurs, for example, right? Like in 250 years, we could have the centaurs kind of rise up and really create, like maybe find some way that they get even stronger, right? And really create this like huge society, and they kind of overrun Kryda and be like a true threat. I mean, yes, we're at war with them currently, but like, we could have that, for example, or we could have the ghosts of Ascalon kind of, there's still that issue. There's still like these isolated problems that we have throughout the world. Um, or, I mean, and it's kind of, so they have a couple of options that they could do. They could either take some of these um, other stories that have kind of been left behind and didn't really resolve in any way, like, um, you know, they could take those and make those into some of the stories and make like some overarching thing that happens in 200 years or whatever, right? Or they could do hey, we're gonna do Guild Wars 3, which takes place on Tyria, but it's gonna be places on Tyria that we've never been to, and we get to meet like people that we've never met, and I'm talking about like species and even maybe other humans and other things out there that we've never seen or talked about or whatever, right? Because Tyria is a whole planet, but we only get to play on like 3 separate continents. But there's so many other ones around, right? And we even see them on the overworld map now. But they could do like, we're gonna completely separate it, and then maybe have like, a descendant of someone. They have like the same last name, and they're just like, oh yeah, my great grandfather used to be an adventurer back in the day or whatever, right? And I have the same name, but I decided to like venture out and do something else, and we can get little like things there, right? Where we get little hints about other stories that are going on, like we still have the whole idea of like the Con-Ur, right? It's like, so someone is voting for the Con-Ur, and we still don't know anything. Like we could have like, there's so many other races that we have. Like we've talked about how the harpies, for example, they come from from over here. There could be like a harpy uprising or an ogre uprising, or there could be something with like Hylek, or any of the minor races that we could have something about the something that's centric towards like underground, right? We could have a game that's focused on like going under. I mean, not that I would say that I would enjoy that, but I'm saying like they could say we could have like an expansion that deals with like, or not an expansion, but a new game that deals with like just underground Tyria and like the things that exist down there, and we can have like these old Asuran cities that we find and Dwarven cities and whatever, right? And it's just kind of like a game that takes place underground, and they explore like almost like a center of the earth kind of thing, where there's like another layer underneath Tyria that has like a whole different whatever, right? Like, I don't know, there's so many possibilities that they could like twist and turn something. So anyways, so we have to rise up in the ranks in order to prepare for this little fight with General Morgan's troops. So we're gonna pick up some side quests, and we're gonna go around and do some side quests. And yeah, so let's see, and we're gonna pick out some side quests that maybe are like not stupid. I want to kind of see some that are good. Some good. All right, so Quarry Master Bohana. I am in charge of the quarry of the Cliffs of Dojok. So we met her last time, and remember how they were saying, "Oh, Bohana, he sent his best diggers." That is clearly a woman. I'm not quite sure why that there's like that typo in there, but yeah. Anyways, so and I need help of a strong paragon like you. You see, we deliver stone to the supports of sculptures, creating our monuments, but we've been unable to meet our quotas recently, and construction has stopped. Every time the miners try to excavate more stone, they get attacked by Mandragore. Could you go to the quarry and protect minor Tonabanza? So we can make... Okay, sure. We'll protect the minor Tonabanza in order for him to do his thing. Got it. We can do that. That sounds like a very simple task. Scree hatchling season. Great. You're Spearmaster O'Reilly. I've got a problem that no one but a sun spear can solve. I'm creating some of the finest monuments the world has ever seen, but a dark stain hangs over my head. Those gods be cursed Scree harpies perch on my monuments, and then they deface them. It's horrible. I stay up at nights worrying about it. Harpy hatchling season has begun, and I fear the devastation, so go and destroy nests. We can do that. Scholarly Affairs, you're not busy, are you? An important delegate representing Metu the Wise is waiting right outside. Don't you know about Metu the Scholar Prince of Vabi? This researcher works for him and is in need of an escort to excavations in Jokunur diggings. You would be doing Istan a great service in its relations. Okay, so we hear a name drop. So Metu the Wise is one of the princes. There's 3 princes in Vabi that are kind of the rulers there. We met, so like when we look at like Istan, for example, Istan is ruled by like an elder council kind of, and Elder Zul is like the head guy, and we've kind of seen his name being mentioned a few times. But here we hear someone from Vabi. So we heard about like a delegation coming from the other 2 provinces, right, from Vabi and Cornell. So now we actually get to meet some. And they're interested in the diggings that we have. So we have that quest. We can do that. And Dajwa has a quest as well. So let's pick that up. Let's pick that up and see what we can do here. I'm done for. She'll never have me now. I won't even get to ask a question. Can't propose without a ring, can I? See, I baked the ring into a pie for my love. When she took a bite, she would find it, and we'd live happily ever after. But for some stupid Scree harpy ate my pie and ran off. Oh, great. So more of that going on. So this is interesting. This one only gives golden experience. It does not get us any more points, but I'm gonna do it anyways because bashing some harpies is always fun. So let's go out to the cliffs and see what exactly we can do here. Oh, I need one more group member. We're gonna take Odura with us again, because she will be great in doing damage. Alright, let's go. So there's Zarai the Learner, and we have Dajwa. Fighting skills. So let's see what Dajwa says. What am I going to do? Wow, you came. Okay. So we have Fred here, by the way. Fred is our flamingo. So everyone say hi to Fred. He is hanging out with us until we can get a crocodile. Most people wanted me to get a crocodile. So we will once we get to the bog, which is down here, we will be able to do that. I've mastered knowledge from every school of thought, ages of philosophy and culture. So why can't I understand women? All right. Hi, I'm Zarai, and I've come all the way from the Great Library at the Halls of Chokin to represent Prince Metu the Wise in the Vabian delegation. While here in Istan, I want to meet with a fellow scholar of mine in Jokunur diggings. Her name is Medauha. She's wow, brilliant, lovely, clever. She's an astronomer, and I'd love to spend some time discussing research with her. But before we head over there, I have a small favor to ask. Would you help me collect 12 iboga blossoms by slaying the beautiful iboga in this area? They have a very special plant specimen that I'd like to provide for my colleague. Okay, so he's trying to impress his lady friend. So we have these guys like just kind of following us, which is fine. So anyways, we're gonna kind of go around doing a bunch of these little side quests. I'm gonna summon my imp here as well so that we can do as much damage. Scree kind of suck. I'm going the wrong way. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Kind of telling me to go right here. Oh, hello. Look there, I guess my pie did work for us, huh? maybe it was a good thing I didn't get a chance to feed it to my love. So, yeah, this guy died. This harpy died, or this scree, whatever. Um, by from eating the pie. Blast, it's not here. Maybe the harpy found it and stashed it before finishing my pie. We should search the harpy nests nearby. Apparently, I don't know how to read. Oh, we did talk to the collector. I guess I don't want to leave these guys behind completely. They walk much slower than I do. Right, so we have some nests here. Ooh, look at these nests. So they built them around palm trees, I guess. Go, go, go. Yeah, you definitely want to go for the hatchlings first. Because they're healers. And we don't want to deal with that. We're about to level up as well, guys. Alright, so what am I supposed to do here? Diamond in the rough. Oh, we're supposed to search these nests. Got it. Yeah, so diamond in the rough is actually a that's the reference to Disney, right? I mean, I'm sure that that didn't originate with Disney, Diamond in the Rough, but that is the famous quote from that movie. Ibogas, beautiful level 10 Ibogas, and they're so powerful. Uh-oh, Dokoro, don't die. Dokoro died. Our healer died, guys. This is bad. Bad news. Alright, we leveled up. Let's get some more leadership in. Oh no, Fred! Oh, Fred died. Oh, poor Fred. Alright, I'm collecting everything. Everything to me! Alright, let's revive Fred. Come on. I want all the money, and I want all the things. Yeah, Scree are incredibly annoying to fight, I'm gonna be honest. And you guys have already noticed that with this standalone campaign, the levels are like all over the place. Like, yesterday we were fighting in an area around here, and we're fighting like level 10 Scree, even though we were all like level 6, and we're doing kind of the same thing now. It's very, very strange. Someone leveled up. I think Fred just leveled up. Oh, now Cost leveled up. Everyone's leveling up. Throw the things. I mean, there's probably like just a lot more enemies around too, just because of all the different quests that I've accepted, but we're trying to gain experience points. So of course we're gonna accept all the quests. Remember, we have to become first spear or level 12. One of the, you know. So we're still second spear, but we're gonna get a lot of points by finishing some of the points. So we have a 7 shield. Okay. What does Cost? Oh, Cost has that good one. Yeah, we're gonna use it. He has that good bonus shield. Alright, so have I collected this yet? I haven't. Alright, and then we gotta go to this nest. Luckily, these nests are pretty close together right here, the last batch of them. And there's not much in between that we gotta fight. but we gotta get that hatchling first. He's a healer. Bam. Nice. Go. Alright, cool. I can't wait to go to Eye of the North because we're gonna get some cool shouts there too, like Norn shouts and stuff, and I'm gonna be using those. I gotta fight some more of these beautiful Ibogas. You find a rather slimy gold ring. Okay, so I guess I found the guy's ring. Oh, happy day. You think if I wash it off, she'll notice the harpy smell? I guess now the only beast left to face is my love. Oh, Jesus. The only beast to face. That's a very dark way of looking at, like, proposing to a woman. Go, go, go. Kill them all. Alright, we need it. Ooh, Dunkoro leveled up. Perfect. I guess I'm gonna give him inspiration. Let's give them all a speed boost. Run faster. Alright, let's see what else. Scholarly affairs. Alright, we have 6 done, and we'll have 9 done by this time. Oh. It's weird how the blossoms kind of drop far away from them. It's almost like they have different physics for that. Or not physics, but like, you know, different program. Cool, plant hunt. That's good. I would love to do that. We're gonna be doing that quest. That's a master quest, and it's not that hard to do. So here we have a little Sunspear camp. Oh, look, there's a bunch of Sunspears, and they kind of hang out. I don't know if you can talk to Sunspears. Need all professions to keep Istan safe. I tried the Paragon profession once, but it didn't suit me. You're far better at it than I. Oh. I see you're advancing in your studies, Spirit Master Arali. Well done. Tried the Paragon profession once. You are a Paragon. Maybe someday you'll be Spear Marshal. Cormia's got to grow old someday. Or become a goddess. Sunspears need all professions. Yeah, so they kind of... I don't know, they just have like a little camp out here. I guess it's probably like a training camp or outpost or something. Alright. Maybe I should do that quest right now, so I don't have to like continuously loop around. So this quest is actually kind of cool. So you see this monument, right? This is like an ancient monument that's kind of been standing here. And we have this guy here. Bad Ben. Alright. So difficulty master. Excuse me. Could you do me a favor? I left some of my tools back in my camp, but I can't leave this monument unattended for too long. Some unscrupulous corsair could steal my equipment and my research papers, and I can't afford that. Could you keep an eye on this monument for me while I go get the tools? It should only be a few minutes. We get 2,000 experience points, 200 gold, and 15 promotion points. Sure. This monument was built during the era... during the era before the Scarab Plague. I can't wait to see what else I shall discover about the Istani people during those ancient times. I'll be right back. Just keep your eye on the monument, and I'm sure you'll be fine. So we gotta not body block him, but so while he's leaving to go get his tools from whatever camp he's talking about, we're getting attacked by scale. So, not Corsairs, but there's scale. And oh god, and they're gonna keep spawning, and they're kind of dangerous. So we're gonna be careful. So now we have frigid scale here. Oh boy, maybe we weren't ready for this. These guys are strong. I'm gonna try to resurrect her. Maybe I shouldn't have done that because now my healer is dead and I should have used my healing on him. Ah! Oh boy. Oh boy, whole group is dead. Oh, Fred is dead too. Oh boy. Go, you guys. Okay, they're right down here. We should be okay. My fire ember is probably gonna die, but look at how many there are. There's so many of them. Holy crap. I can resummon my fire ember. Let's go for the... Oh my god, these are level 13. What the hell? Really? Oh my god, that is a master quest. That's a master level quest if I ever saw one. Look at Fred. Look at Fred going at it. Oh. Oh boy. Oh, that guy died. Alright, cool. So we're slowly chipping away at them. Luckily this guy can't die, so it's okay. We're just gonna have to hope that we can defeat them. If we focus on one at a time, we can probably get like one every time dead. I'm hoping. Let's get this guy. Oh boy. Maybe that was a bad idea. I didn't realize. I thought they were going to be level 10s, not level 13. Like, that is insane. I love how... Get him! I mean, we can probably... Get this guy. Yeah. Oh, he dodged? Great. My god, I have no energy because I'm at negative 54 right now. Handicap! That's okay, go get him. Yes, we're doing good. Ooh, we're doing good. A golden chalice. Oh, this is for an elementalist. We don't have that. Oh boy, alright. So we have not survived it. We died many times, but we did make it through. Oh. I don't know why my... Did you guys hear that? My speakers were making the sound, even though they're unplugged. So let that sink in. All right, so that was something. Oh, okay, hold on. I guess. Oh. Thanks. Looks like everything's how I left it. I hope you didn't get too bored. We sure didn't. We got slaughtered like pigs, but that's okay. Look. By getting it, I talked about this yesterday. By getting experience points, we lost a ton of our, because it's like a set amount. I don't know. You need to get like a set amount of experience to lose 1% of your death penalty. So we had 54 and we just lost 30% of that death penalty, which is fantastic. I mean, that's really good. Really, really good. I'm gonna kind of zigzag around here. Yeah, let's go get the, because I know that this bounty, or hunt, I guess as it's called, is the harpy one, and I do want to have that, because we do have a lot of harpy stuff still to do, like kill a lot of harpies and stuff, so I want to make sure that I get some points. But second spirit, look, we're rising, guys. We're rising in the ranks. Oh no, this was the plant one. Where was the harpy one? Oh, the harpy one was like closer to the harpy territory. Alright, we just lost another percent, so that's good. Yeah, I think the harpy one is this one right here. I wish that would be a quality of life that I would like to see. Because I don't know... That is, remember this guy? We were like locked in combat with him for a long time. The thing is, in Nightfall, you always have specific people at Resurrection Shrines giving you certain, like, or you have people at Resurrection Shrines giving you certain bounties and hunts and stuff. It would be kind of nice to have, if I hover over it, that tells me what the hunt is that's available there. At that Resurrection Shrine. That would be a small little quality of life that I would like to see. Look, level 13. I mean, they have like... They're a high level. Holy crap. And it ranges. I mean, we get level 6 henchmen in this outpost. Maybe we should be coming from the diggings. Because coming from the diggings, I think they're higher level there. But yeah, it's kind of wild to think that there's enemies that are like level 13 when we're only kind of like level 6, level 7, right? Right, so this is the harpy one, I think, right? Is it? It is. Okay, good. So I want to have that. We gotta kill some more of these abogas. Is this the last set of them? This should be the last set before we bring the scholar over to the diggings. And then we'll be heading into the core. We'll drop him off at the diggings, we'll go back into the quarry, and then we'll finish the couple of quests that we have there. Remember, we have mandragores that are causing havoc, and something about harpies sitting on monuments or something. So I don't know where that's happening, but we gotta make sure that that is not happening anymore. All right. So he says a dozen of these Aboga blossoms should be perfect. Let's head over to the excavation now. So he's trying to impress his lady researcher by bringing her beautiful petals from the Iboga, which is kind of nice. But yeah, look, guys, this is like slowly becoming, well, the way that these are ranked, as you can see by the level, it tells you the level in the parentheses after. So as you guys can see, it's like level 6 I have with the Luxons, and they go up to level 10, but level 6 with the Luxons, but we're level 3 already for this title, where everything else is like level 3, but the bar is higher. So the way that they sort these is the higher you go to the bar. So you can see here the bar is low, but then the ladder goes up, as you guys can see, for the level, in the 3. So they kind of sort it that way. But yeah, so that's becoming fast our top thing here. Ooh, we leveled up. Spear Mastery, let's do that. The other guys have not leveled up yet. That's okay, but we just got like 2 levels just by hanging out in here and doing a couple of quests. So we're definitely getting there. Whether we're gonna hit Whether we're gonna hit level 12 first, um, or get first sergeant, it doesn't really matter. I mean, we're gonna get first sergeant around that time, if not at the same time, but then, you know, it'll be shortly after. Um, but like I said, it's gonna be important for us because we're gonna be using some of these skills as well. I do want to get the other skills. The thing is, they just cost a lot of energy. Um, so I'm kind of waiting for that until I get more levels so I have more energy. And also get more energy back from my leadership, right? Maximum 1 energy for every 2 reigns. So once once I'm rank 6, I'll be getting back like 3, I guess, or whatever. Insect hunt, okay? I want that. So look at all the different, we don't have a mandragora hunt, which is unfortunate, but, I was gonna say, thank you for your help. The kindness of the Istani never ceases to amaze me. One last thing, could you give the plant specimens to Midauha at the excavations? I must rush off now to have a scholarly discussion, and I don't have room in my bag to carry them. And, well, to be honest, I'm shy. Thank you. Maybe we meet again, Noble Sunspear. So, very cute. He's trying to impress his lady friend, and he's shy. Alright. So, that is one thing done. So, down there is where that is. And let's do the Quarry Quandary first on our way over there. I'm excited, guys. I'm very, very excited for trying for the beta for the spears. I can't wait for it. I really am like excited to be cosplaying my. You know, obviously, I'm not gonna be doing that on Thursday or whenever I'm gonna be playing that, but I think I'm gonna be streaming that on Friday. We're gonna have to see. Um, but yeah, I can't wait for the expansion just to cosplay as a Paragon. It'll be super fun. Oh yeah, the entrance. I'm gonna kill these guys real quick. Get some more points. Look, with all these fights and stuff, we've been lowering our death penalty, which is good. Who just leveled up? Cost just leveled up. Nice job. I guess I'm gonna give him strength. All right. I don't think there's anything fun that we've dropped now that we can use. All right. Death to the harpies. Harpies are my, probably, I want to say harpies are my least favorite enemies in the game. In both games, actually. I just hate the sound that they make, and in Guild Wars 2 specifically, like, their voice lines are so obnoxious. I hate it. Alright, let's go in here. Back into the quarry we go. No shield offhand, so yeah, that's unfortunate, right? But I don't know. I don't know if they could have made that a thing, or if that was simply like limitations on like already having the spears in the game and they function as two-handed spears. I don't know if that was like they have to give you like, we don't know if that's like hard coded in where like if you equip a spear which is, you know, hard coded to be a two-handed weapon, that you have to have 5 skills on your bar, and then that's why they couldn't really give you a shield or something. I don't know. I don't know if that's, I don't know if there was like some kind of limitations on there, but you're not here to collect rocks, are you? You want me to start mining again? Well, you'd better better stay close, because as soon as I pick the stone, something. I should have become an iron reed farmer. They don't something. I don't know. It doesn't pop up in my dialogue box, so I don't know what he keeps saying. Do you hear that? They're coming. Oh, the mandragores. The mandragores are here. Did I talk to I did talk to this person, right? Did I talk to you? I did. Oh, it's a heartbeat. Okay. I was hoping maybe there was a mandragore. Oh god, I got it. I didn't realize he was actually gonna get physically attacked. Didn't I tell you? I didn't read it. I should have read it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We helped him out. That's all that matters. Alright. So we're slowly getting done. So that, and then just gotta kill some more screets. But there's some Corsairs hanging out here, guys. So let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of these guys. The bosun, those are the healers. So we want to focus these guys first. Yeah, I mean, you know, and I don't know if ArenaNet didn't like it could have been the technical limitations of it. Like I said, it might have been that a spear is hard coded to be 5 skills, and then that way, you can't carry like a shield. I don't know, cause you know what they could have just done. They could have just done that, like, cause you can always carry something, or you can't carry something in your offhand. I mean, maybe they could have done something where you can just like carry a shield in your offhand, because you don't actually use your shield really, like, realistically as a paragon. You don't really use your shield. You might have some defensive things, some defensive shouts and stuff, but I don't think they really have any like shield skills that you use. So they could have just made it maybe where you can equip a shield. And it doesn't actually do anything. You just have a shield equipped on your arm or something. I mean, they could have done that maybe. You know, I don't know if that functions, but I'm guessing ArenaNet didn't want to, like, even if the spear wasn't hard coded to be 5 skills or 2-handed or something, they probably didn't want to be like, hey, we're only gonna get, like, we're gonna give every other profession 5 skills, but the warrior's only gonna get 3 because they're gonna get a shield, because we already have shield on the warrior, right? Oh, we already have this button. Let's kill this guy. So we're stronger now. We should be okay. I'm gonna summon my imp. I can resummon my imp. So this time we should have a much easier time to defeat him. He's still fairly strong, mind you, but yeah, that was much easier. We're getting stronger, guys. We're getting stronger. Protect Ankaro. Alright, so we have to... Unfortunately, I didn't realize that one of the quests is right there, so... But my thing also, like... I don't know. Here's the thought that I have, and I don't know how people would feel. Like, what if they had made it... Again, I don't know how people would feel about that, but... what if they had made it that... For the warrior, indeed, we only would have gotten 3 skills, and it would have been a one-handed spear. But then if you equip, if you have a, you know how we get the dual, what are they called? The dual attacks, or what are they called? The three skills on the thief, right? And depending on which weapon combinations you have, you get different skills on your 3 skill. Wouldn't it be cool if, like, you get different shield skills if you have a spear equipped in your main hand. Like if I have a spear equipped in my main hand, my shield offhand gets different skills. How would people feel about that? Like new skills that are like kind of maybe something that actually gives us these wings. Maybe a shield skill where it's like Anthem of Flame or something, and that is like the force skill on the shield or something, and it's like a Condi variant or something, right? Or maybe they could have made it, or here's another thought, maybe they could have made it where they allow you to equip an offhand weapon on the warrior when you wield a spear, so you can have the 5 spear skills on the warrior, but if you equip a shield, you get 4 and 5 change. That would be kind of cool. Because otherwise you would always need to have an offhand on the spear. So I feel like, look at all these little hatchlings. They're kind of cute. Look at how many there are. Holy crap, I just realized I looked over and I'm like, my god, there's so much red. Something like that. I feel like they could have done something like that. I feel like I mean, maybe they didn't want to give specific like treatment to the warrior, but you know, and maybe that was like already way too many skills that they had to make and stuff. I don't know, but I don't know. I feel like that would have been really cool. So, oh my god, we have to clear all these out. I mean, they're only level 2, so I'm not worried about it, but they do a lot of damage. I mean, our health is significantly going down. Look, our like quest keeps getting updated. We have to kill 26 hatchlings. We're halfway there right now. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they could have done something like that. You know, either of those ways would probably work. Like, hey, you can... Oh, mother. We have a harpy mother. They're level 11. Go for the eyes. Oh. Nice. Ooh. We got a nice weapon here for Kos. Let's identify this. Where is it? Right here. A scimitar versus undead. Well, we're not fighting any undead, but it'll still be... I think that'll be much stronger still than what he is currently using. I think. Oh yeah, definitely. Look at that. And boom. So he gets a nice little scimitar. It does need swordsmanship, but it should be stronger than what it was before. So once we get him some more points in swordsmanship, which he is... Oh, he is at 6, so never mind. He should be just fine. So that should be much stronger now. A couple more left. The beginning of Nightfall is much harder than Prophecies and Factions beginnings. I don't know. I mean, like, Ascalon can be kind of tough in Prophecies, I will say. I will agree that, yes, in Factions, I think Factions is, like, super easy. Because it just, like, showers you with so much experience. So much experience that you level up really, really fast. And, you know, it's pretty... It's pretty rough. In Prophecies, though, like, when you face some of those, like, you do some of those side quests and stuff, and you face off against the Char and some of the earlier missions and stuff, it can be kind of tough. Oh, there's some others here. Got it. I'm like, who are we fighting? Well, it's just strange. Like I said earlier, it's just really weird because specifically the... Ooh, that's 4 to 6. 6 to 9. So we're gonna have to keep our eye out for some new equipment. So if you guys see something that I'm not seeing, make sure you let me know. It's just kind of weird because the enemy range that we have just in the cliffs of Dojak, I mean, they go anywhere from like level, like, well, for this quest, they were level 2 and level 11, right? So, and like that's how they range. I mean, it's like we did this master quest, which was level 13 enemies. There's level 12 enemies just walking around right here, like a boss that's level 12. But then we have like regular enemies are like level 5 and 6. It has like weird ranges of levels, which is kind of strange. So that is kind of weird for sure. So all right, let's turn in all of these quests that we have done. So we saved the there's Dajwa over there, but we helped out with the stone cutting with the mandragores, right? Um, I will send Cormier a letter detailing your actions here. Ooh, I'll give you this. Okay, cool. Oh, she has another. Ooh, where there's a Mandragore Queen. So we're gonna have to see. Oh, we're gonna be first spear, guys, in a second. So we don't really need to do that for us. So monuments will be safe in the future. Thank you, friend. May the flame of the sun spears burn eternally as a light of hope to all the peoples of Elona. Thank you. All right. And we just finished. We just became first spear, guys. So now we're 4. So now when we use this, we revive an friendly person with 100% health and 40% energy. So I guess let's see what we get from this. Oh, we don't get really that much. So after we left the quarry, I guess a Mandragore Queen took over. We might do that quest again. I don't know if we have to level up again. But let's go get our reward for becoming first spear. The thing with Nightfall is that they introduced a lot of new systems into the game, which made so because in Prophecies, obviously being a brand new game and stuff, right? They had the tutorial was kind of long, right? Because the tutorial like area they had a whole like different map and stuff, and there's like different things you could do, and like as you level up, they kind of they were like, okay, well this is a journey and you're leveling up, blah blah blah. But then they realized like the real game starts at level 20. And they wanted to get you there as soon as possible. So factions was like, well, factions did introduce some new things like classes and what is oh, this is just a sword. Um, like different like new professions and stuff. But it didn't really add that much in sense of like in terms of systems into the game. With Nightfall, we got the hero system and we got the different hunts and like titles and like these skills and stuff became more involved. We did see those in factions and stuff, but it just became a little bit more. So there was a little bit more that they had to go from like a regular tutorial to like a shortened tutorial because there was really no reason to like doing a longer tutorial again. So yeah. Yeah, I think they would have been really good, but yeah, and I kind of missed that. It's like they kind of spoke about how like the ritualist is shown in like multiple different ways in Guild Wars 2, and that is true in a sense, but it's also like it doesn't really feel like that because lots of times, specifically with Guild Wars, it's more about the flair of a profession rather than the like specific mechanics of it. You know what I mean? Because they talked about like how the ritualist, has these spirits that attack enemies, right? And they're like, oh, well, the engineer has turrets. And whether or not turrets are good or not, like that's a whole different discussion. But the thing is like, yeah, but flare wise, like engineer is way different to a ritualist, right? And it's like, no, I want to summon spirits that are my turrets, right? Like that's what I want. I don't care that they're like they could be, you could have a ritualist with different spirits. They don't have to be turrets, but I want to play a ritualist. I don't want to play a class that has turrets. right? Like, does that make sense? Um, like same with like I guess Guardian and Warrior were supposed to be kind of like the Paragon because they have shouts and stuff that they use, which, they Warrior used shouts before, but then it's like, oh yeah, but they can equip a bow, so it's almost like the same thing in a weird way, right? It's like, oh, long range, and you can use shouts to support your allies, right? By having the trait that like heals your shouts, so it's kind of like a Paragon. It's like, yeah, but it's about the flair of the Paragon, right? It's like, it's not necessarily the mechanics we're looking for, but we're looking for the specific class flair that they have, right? So, that kind of stuff, like the golden wings and stuff, like that's the kind of stuff we're looking for. Well done. All right, salute you. Congratulations on attaining the rank of First Spear. You must hone your skills as a leader. All right, so boom, we get extra attribute points, which I guess are not shared with my friends. I thought they would be, but I guess whatever. Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm just gonna kind of spread the love across these other ones. Yeah, there we go. That'll be good. So we now have 30 energy. That's really good. Let's sell a bunch of these things because we don't need any of it. Merchant. Hi, NM. Welcome. But yeah, I agree that there's like Dervish. Dervish was kind of they introduced Dervish into like Dervish exists in Guild Wars 2. Okay, like the Dervish hands down exists in Guild Wars 2, but it's flair wise it's not there. Like the gameplay, like the mechanics are there. Okay, like the mechanics are 100% there, just so you guys know. Like, does anyone know what I'm talking about when I say that? Does anyone know what I mean by the Dervish exists in Guild Wars 2? Okay, so we have to meet Scholarly Affairs. Let's do that first. Let's finish that up first. So there's Midalha. Zarai told you to bring me these? He's such a sweetheart. He knows I love iboga blossoms. The chemical makeup of this particular bloom is magnificent. It's unfortunate that Zarai had to leave. We only had a short time to discuss my research theories. Well, if you see him again, please let him know I'm always up for another academic debate. Are they hinting that they had like sex? Like, just like a quickie real quick? Like, that's kind of weird in my opinion. Daredevil? It is not the Daredevil. It is actually the it is a staff wielding, like you could do a staff wielding herald. Mechanic wise, the herald. So because when you look mechanic wise at the dervish, right? The main thing about the dervish isn't just the scythe that they're wielding, but the main mechanic is that they have these enchantments, flash enchantments, right? That they put on themselves, and then they use skills to remove the enchantments from themselves to cause different effects, whether that's healing yourself or your allies, or doing AoE damage, or inflicting different conditions or whatever, right? So, and that is what the Herald does. The Herald has the facets, right? And the facets are almost like flash enchantments that you put on yourself, giving yourself a boon, and then you activate it again to cause an effect. So it's kind of, the Herald is the Dervish version in Guild Wars 2. So and that's kind of the main mechanic of the thing. But I think what a lot of people are asking for when they're asking about, because like I said, there is a difference between having, like, taking mechanics of a profession and putting it on something else, or having a flair that kind of like a profession, like I call it a flair, like how a profession looks and functions, and how they, like, because this animation is really cool of the wings, right? And the way that you hold the spear is really cool. We're gonna get this now in Guild Wars 2, the way that they hold the spear and stuff like that. But but Guild Wars 1 had very specific flares to each profession that they had, right? And the Ritualist specifically was really cool because they, like, the way that they moved when they attacked and stuff, like they kind of like twisted their bodies around, and it was very like there was this weird, almost like voodoo magic influence, right? And the way that they like moved and they looked, their armors looked, it's like they were always blindfolded. But if you actually ever like remove the head from the headpiece from your ritualist and you look at when they're using the skills, they actually like, as far as I know, they close their eyes when they use their skills and stuff. So it's like there's this certain flair that made the professions in Guild Wars 1 so really cool. Like there's certain ones that are really, really cool. Like Mesmer's, for example. Like the Mesmer skills, there's not much in terms of animations when it comes to the actual skills in Guild Wars 1. Like, this is probably some of the craziest animations that you'll see in Guild Wars 1, right? It's like, I'm throwing a spear, and I'm throwing a spear that kind of looks a little bit different, and I'm throwing a spear that looks even different, right? But the class identity that you kind of get in Guild Wars 1 is more about like how your character looks and the way that they move and the armor sets, and they look very, like, all the classes look very unique in that sense, right? And you lose that a lot in Guild Wars 2 because armors aren't specific to professions, they're specific to weight class. So that, and then of course we have a lot of weapons and armors that are wearable across all three sets, all three different weight classes, and that kind of like, so you kind of lose that, right? And so ArenaNet had to take the route that many other games do, where the class identity comes from the way that the animations look, right? Like Necromancer is all green, right? And there's like green animations and green things happening and whatever, right? And it's like that is where you get. So it's just the way that they approach it. It's very different between the two games, and it's kind of unfortunate in that sense. Why do I not have a team member? Oh, because Odura is not available in the older things, and she actually left our group. I didn't even realize, but that's okay. We'll be fine. In terms of skill flavor, I think ANET can implement skill skins. For instance, guardian symbols can appear as ritualist spirits. Of course, such skins need to be disabled in PvP. That might give that kind of you're playing. Yeah, I mean, there is that thought, right, of like implementing like different skins onto like different, like, for example, I would love to see the the necromancer see other, like, one of the reasons why I dislike using the necromancer is because all of the skills are green, and green is like not a color I'm very like into, right? It's like I'm like, ugh, everything is green, and I kind of hate it, right? It's like you go into a shroud, the whole screen gets green, and it's like it's just too much for me sometimes. Like, I do enjoy playing the necromancer, but everything is green, so I'm like, well, I would really love it if we could get something that's a different color. So that's why I was so excited to get the Spectre added, because that was kind of like playing a necromancer, but everything is purple, and I'm like, oh, I love purple, like that's cool to me, and I'm like, cool. But unfortunately, in my opinion, it kind of fell short. The Spectre does not feel good to me, I'm gonna be honest. The Spectre is interesting, but it doesn't really scratch that itch, I guess you could say. But yeah, that would be kind of fun. The thing is, if we the thing is, if we do something like that, it's like you would have to introduce something for all 9 professions, right? So if we're gonna do something where, let's say, we're gonna have the Guardian take a lot of flavor from the Ritualist, right? And we turn the like you said, maybe the symbols into like spirits or something, or maybe even take the spirit weapons and make them feel more like ritualisty, right? Maybe have them look like different skins, and maybe the color of them different, like not just like a pure blue, but like have them be more of a turquoise or something like that, right? Then we have to like look at, because they wouldn't just add something for one profession, because then the entire the community that is playing the other 8 professions, you know, the part of the community that plays the other 8 professions, they would all be outraged. So then you would have to sit down and you would have to come up with something for every single profession where you say, oh, we want to give them a little flavor of something else. Whether that's just giving them a recolor of something, or giving them something that's inspired by Guild Wars 1 or by something else, right? Maybe by something that's already existed in Guild Wars 2 that we don't have access to, or whatever it is, right? That might make it appear demonic and also appear as cryptis. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So there was an idea that I had. I wanted to do more elite specialization speculations after End of Dragons came out, because I actually started writing them down. I have them somewhere in my notebooks are like everywhere, but I think I have them somewhere, like in my notes. I wrote some stuff down. I don't know if I can find it somewhere, but I had an idea for a necromancer elite specialization that was a pet class. So I wanted to do kind of like how we had the, you know, the engineer as the mechanist got a pet for End of Dragons, right? So my idea was, I'm like, well, you know what? We could do the same thing for a necromancer. So my idea was to have, instead of doing, so you know how on the necromancer you have your life force, right, for your shroud. Well, that becomes the health bar of your pet. Now, which pet can you guys guess? So there's a creature in Guild Wars, and you guys can probably easily guess this. There's a creature in Guild Wars 2 that I wanted to become the pet of the necromancer for this elite specialization. And then I wanted to have like the minions that you get, like that you can summon. I wanted them to be like redesigned when you're in this profession or in this elite spec, that your minions become like, they look like that. That was kind of like one of my ideas that I had. I'm like, I don't know how realistic that would be, but it would be kind of cool to get like reskins of your minions that you have on your necromancer. But can you guys guess what the creature was that I wanted to have as a pet? You would get like your own version of that, and you would kind of, that would be your pet, right? And the necromancer would become like this pet that was actually in control. And you got to think, this is obviously before the cryptas. The cryptas were not even close to being revealed at that time. All right, so here we are. So Varish Asa says, General Morgan, the Sun Spears have arrived. They don't look like much. General Morgan says, I will evaluate their skills, War Marshal Varish. Oh, actually, you know what? I need to go back in because I did not grab. I need to have another teammate. I think I'm going to take my motivation for, or let's take someone else. We haven't taken, let's take a Bossy with us. Why not? He's a hunter. Let's take him. So I will be very happy if someone can guess the creature that I have thought of to be used as a pet for the necromancer, because I thought it fits so well. And it was interesting because ArenaNet, tough one, but maybe Oni. No, this is the, no, yeah, I mean, I was always gonna say like, oh, Oni weren't there at the time, but they were. I don't know why I was thinking that, but no, it's I don't know if anyone else is guessing, but I'm gonna just kind of reveal it. But I wanted to do the oh my god, I can't even think of it. I can't even think of the name now. Oh my god, I'm like oh my god, I can't think of it. Um um well, I guess that gives you guys time to think. Uh, oh, there it is. Got it. Undead Quaggins. Oh, that would be kind of cute. No, the Bone Skinner. So because we had for Icebird Saga, we had the Bone Skinner, and that was like a really cool creature, right? And the thing with the Bone Skinner was that that is like this undead creature that we had, and the flair of it because I wanted to change the color of green, right? And the Bone Skinner is more of like this brownish color. It's like this olive brown color, and even the skills are kind of like when it attacks and stuff, and the like the energy around it or whatever is like kind of this like dark muddy looking color almost. And I wanted to kind of change the color of the necromancer to that, so your life force bar wouldn't be that bright green anymore. It would be like that muddy green color, like olive green, kind of like a darker green color. Um, and I kind of wanted to have that be the pet, right? So you have a bone skinner and it could summon smaller bone skinners, right? That was kind of the idea. And maybe have the minions change to like versions of the bone skinner. And you can kind of like, and really go ham on doing like, maybe you could really do a minion master with it, because you could have the bone skinner as your pet in this elite specialization, and then you could do all the minions, right, as your utility skills. And they wouldn't be the utility skills, would be maybe something else, but you could say, oh, but I have a different playstyle because I can really go like with this minion, right, minion thing, and like maybe have the bone skinner, like all the minion traits and stuff like that maybe apply to the bone skinner, so you have this like super powered like undead minion that's with you. And like any life force that you gain would be health for the bone skinner and stuff like kind of that's what I wanted to do. That was kind of the idea. But the trade-off was that you would lose your shroud. You wouldn't have a shroud anymore. So because back then, when I was coming up with this elite specialization, there were still like trade-offs for the elite specializations, right? So the trade-off was always like you would lose something. So I was like, oh, okay, well, we're losing our shroud, but hey, we're getting a bone skinner minion, right? Like that is like super powered and like all this stuff. So I thought it was really cool because I really loved the bone skinner. I thought it was really cool, and thematically it would really fit, like really go maybe go down the rabbit hole of like bone magic, right? Like the specific, like maybe have like some skeletal things, because a lot of the necromancer skills and those types of things, they deal with like dark necrotic energy, but there's not that much. There's like skeletal hands here and there that we see, but I really wanted like the new skills on the whatever the weapon would have been. I don't know what the weapon would have been, but oh, it's raining. I'm like, what is that sound? I'm like, I'm hearing like a weird sound. I'm like, what the hell is that sound? Um, I kind of wanted to have like um an emphasis on the like bone part of it too, because it's the bone skinner was very bony, so that was kind of like my idea for an elite specialization that I had. And then ArenaNet came and said, oh, we're not doing elite specializations, and I was so disappointed because I think I had some. I thought I wrote some stuff down. I can't find any of it though. I made that video. I made those. um Yeah, I don't know. I did that. I did that. I did the underwater. No, so this is way before this. Wonder if I had a list of like. I think I had a list that I came up with. No, not this. No, no. I made all these things. This is before End of Dragons. Ooh, this is a list I was looking I was looking for this list actually, so I gotta remember where it is. I'm just kind of seeing to see if I. Ooh, Oh, no. Not that. No. 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 What? Nope. 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 Yeah. I don't know. I thought I had a list of some, a couple of, I think I have it on my phone. I think I wrote some notes on my phone. But I had like, I had come up with like a whole set of elite specializations, and then when Arena was like, yeah, we're not doing it anymore, I'm like, what? I was hoping for some bone skills on sword. Yeah, that would have been kind of cool, right? Like, sending out like bone blades or something. I would pay for a Choyamancer profession. Unfortunately, I don't think that's something that we would ever see. While I don't necessarily disagree with that idea, I just don't think we're gonna see anything like that, which is kind of sad. But um, you know, the thing is that like, and we just talked about this. Like, I want Arena to kind of go with the like uniqueness of Guild Wars 2 and the Guild Wars universe, and kind of really go ham on some of that stuff. And I don't know. It's like, you know, I'm doing my dual classing series right now, you know, and it kind of really it really made me think that like by the end by End of Dragons, right, the third set of elite specializations, ArenaNet really went with like a dual classing. Like they took mechanics from one profession and put it on another kind of thing. And it really like became this like dual classing thing, or like themes, and not necessarily mechanics, but themes and stuff. Like I'm working on the Necromancer one right now. I spent a couple hours today editing that. I think I'm on hour like 17 or 18 or something of editing the stupid video. I'm like, oh my god, it's like, and I'm like halfway done with editing the video, but it's coming along. It's coming, guys. I swear to God, it is coming. But it's just like they take so much effort, these videos, these dual classing videos, because I'm right now I have 91 pictures that I have downloaded from the internet that I'm using in this video. 91. Like, ugh, so much work. It's so much fun though, because I'm like, man, I'm really getting across like good points and stuff, and I'm really excited for it, but it's just a lot of work. Um, but yeah, I really, you know, once I realized that there's like dual classing kind of happening in Guild Wars 2, the idea was for me, like, I'm like, man, I really like for the next set of elite specializations, I really want to do like dual classing. I really want to look at like this profession, look at what they have gotten before, look at what dual classing they've gotten before, and then say, okay, well, they're getting this dual class, right? It's like where they're really going ham on this some of this stuff, you know. So, anyways, so let's go. So Varish Asa, we kind of so Varish Asa, I guess like hello. Can I whisper to Varish Asa? Player Varish Asa is not online. I was just like, can I whisper to Varish Asa? And I cannot. So Varish Asa is the leader of Korna. Okay, Korna is like this military state, right? They're kind of like very militaristic. Um, Jokes aside, in terms of mechanics and professions as they have varied and mentioned mechanics, but I agree they could use a bit more flavor. Yeah, I just think that they like I really love how for like one good example I mentioned earlier was like how they blatantly went and took the shadow magic of the necromancer and added it to the thief, because the thief, you know, is based off of the assassin, and the assassin had some shadow magic stuff, right? Like they had part of that in Guild Wars 1, you know, and like really took that and went like, we're gonna make like this mage type thing, right? We're gonna take the thief, which is like completely not like we're not like, when you look at like older things like the Daredevil, right? The Daredevil's just kind of like, oh, okay, well the thief becomes a little bit more like physically. Sorry, I'm just trying to listen for the rain. Okay, I thought it was like crazier out there than it is, but it's just my AC running. So, um, But like the Daredevil is just like a like it's not like a whole reimagination of like what the thief is, right? The Daredevil is like, oh no no no, we're gonna give you a staff, and you're gonna go bonk in melee range. That's pretty much exactly what it is, right? It's like it's supposed to be a close quarters fighter, and it's just kind of like there's not really anything where it's like completely changes what this profession does. And I love that about the Spectre, or I love that about another one that's really good is the Mechanist, right? The Mechanist, the engineer having like a tool belt, right? And it's just like, oh, okay, well, you still have like, that's kind of your thing. But then we're completely replacing the tool belt and we're giving you a pet, a mechanical pet. Like, I really love that because it takes like, the pet mechanic of the ranger, adds it to the engineer and makes something that feels very like completely different. You know what I mean? Like where certain elite specializations, specifically the early on, like the early ones, don't really feel that way. Like when you look at the Berserker, for example. I talked about this in my dual classing video for the Warrior. The Berserker just kind of feels like a Warrior plus, because it kind of takes the mechanic that you already have, which is the burst skills, right? And kind of gives it like another layer. It gives it like another level of that, right? Where you get like, oh, you get Berserk mode, and now you have primal bursts, right? And it just kind of takes what you already have and just makes it better. Like makes it it's a stronger version of this established mechanic that you already have, right? But then like the Blade Sworn, and I talked about this in the video as well, is like it's mechanically completely different. Like it literally takes stuff from the engineer where it's like, ooh, tinkering with like mechanical stuff and like firing a gun and like that sort of stuff, right? And they make like a cool weapon out of it, and it's like flare wise, it's like it's very different, right? It feels very different to a warrior, right? And I really wanted them for the next expansion after End of Dragons to like really do this for all of the 9 professions, because there's certain ones that I don't really like, and I talked about this so much, and I'm sorry that I'm going off on this rant, but when End of Dragons came out, there were certain ones that I didn't understand the purpose of, because they really didn't feel like there was a purity of purpose. Like, what were you trying to achieve with it? Like one of the ones, for example, is the Untamed. Like, I still don't understand the Untamed, because the Untamed, in my opinion, is almost like a variant of the Soul Beast. It doesn't feel like flavor wise, it doesn't feel unique enough from the Soul Beast. Well, yes, I get that like the Soul Beast merges with the pet, but it's like it kind of like in the Untamed, it's like instead of merging it with it, we're just empowering ourselves or our pet. We're kind of swapping between the two things. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really feel that different from it, and I really want them to like take the professions and do something completely different with them. That's what I want to see, because that's how you keep the game fresh. That's why like I feel like when you look at like a core engineer and a mechanist, they feel like almost like two separate professions, almost. Not quite, obviously, because you can use a lot of the skills the same way, but it gives you so many different things. Like it changes so much of what the core of that profession is and makes it different. And I really wanted to see more of that. The new Spears, for example, on Ellie is simply amazing. It has the same mechanic as the Pictomancer in Final Fantasy XIV. Instead of collecting colors to empower your moves, you collect generic spells. I feel with the next expansion after the Entry Walls, they might introduce new elite specs without new weapons. Yeah, I saw that subject being brought up on Reddit, and I wouldn't be completely against it, honestly, because we just had 2 sets of weapons for every profession in the last 2 expansions. Once we're talking, I'm talking from the point of view of after Janthia Wilds, right? But like Janthia Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure both had 2 weapon sets that we got without elite specs. So getting an elite spec without a new weapon, I would totally be okay. But I would still like to see like older weapon sets maybe updated nonetheless to kind of like keep up with the new stuff. There's a video that I'm kind of working on right now, just so you guys know, that kind of talks about this kind of stuff. But yeah, I could totally see that because you don't necessarily need a new weapon if you give them heavy enough new flavor. Like I said, like the engineer didn't need to get, what did they get? They got a mace. They didn't need to get the mace. Like, I think that, you know, if let's say they would have released all of the End of Dragons, or some of the End of Dragons elite specializations without new weapons, they would have been just fine still. You know what I mean? Like they would, like that would have been fine because you give them enough flavor, right? I think the Spectre needed to get the scepter because there was no magic aspect to the thief, so they needed something that was a magic based weapon, like a caster type weapon. So I kind of understand it there, but like I said, specific like for example, I don't like I said earlier, the Bladesworn didn't need to get a pistol because you almost get like another, like you get a weapon kit, right? Almost like with the what is it called, the dragon saber or whatever the saber thing is that you get, um the gun saber, that's what it is, not dragon saber, because it's called dragon slash, but it's the gun saber. So you get the gun saber, right? It didn't need to get the pistol, really. Like, did the pistol really add that much depth to the Bladesworn, in a sense? Not really, because, like, if you're in the Bladesworn, you're gonna be mostly in the gun saber anyways. So the pistol doesn't do that much anyways, right? Now that we can use the pistol on, like, all of the different things, maybe there is some point to the pistol, right? Like, I can use this pistol on a Spellbreaker or a Berserker or whatever, right? But nonetheless, I just still think that, like, if we were to add that, we didn't necessarily need the pistol. So I agree with that. By the way, tip for all: get your 800 gems for swimsuit. That later on will be in gem store because those gems are gonna skyrocket so hard. Oh, they definitely will. So anyways, let's jump back in after that little. Sorry about that little sidetracky there, but yeah. So Varish Asa. So we heard about General Morgan, but Varish Asa is the leader. She is the, I don't know what her rank is. She is the she's the, oh my god, she's not the spear marshal, but she's like the something else. War marshal. She's a war marshal. War marshal Varish. Yeah. So she's the war marshal. She's the leader of Korna because they're like a military state. And she's here. She's part of this delegation that came from Korna. She personally came here. And General Morgan is one of her three generals. She has three generals that are under her, and those are like the second in command of all of Korna. As far as we know, we've seen three of them. There might be other generals, but we know of three of them that we're going to be interacting with specifically. So, and General Morgan is one of them. So he's a very high up there, right, ranking guy. He's second in command to Varish, and they've come personally to Istan to oversee this delegation, which is kind of strange, right? You wouldn't expect like a weird, like, whatever they're, whatever they're discussing, you wouldn't really think of them to like come in person, right? They would just send like a delegation, and yeah, Morgan, you could set Morgan as like the leading the delegation, but you as the leader of this military state, you're going yourself. That's kind of strange, right? So we kind of have that. So we're in the Astrolarium, by the way. So I kind of had to journey here because we're gonna have to go to the Zelon Reach here. I've kind of talked about this. The comparison streams, if you guys haven't watched them, it kind of cuts off right at the Astrolarium. So the Zelon Reach we don't really get to go to, but we do get to go to the Astrolarium. So let's read about the Astrolarium. The Astrolarium, sitting high atop the bluffs of northern Istan, is home to the astronomically oriented Order of the Sky. This open-air laboratory, with its multiple solar reflectors and pedestal-mounted astrolabes, is the center of the astrological and astronomical study in Ilona. Scholars from all three provinces flock to the Zelon Reach to study under the stars at the Astrolarium and try to divine the meaning of ancient dark prophecies. So they talk about dark prophecies and stuff. we do get the little symbol. I did show this off during the comparison stream. It is on that wall right there. You do get to see that little insignia. We're gonna see that again. Purple swirling with like dark energies and stuff. We're gonna see that again. But yeah, so let's meet General Morgan and Varish Asa and see, see if we can't prove that the Sun Spears are indeed like powerful, right? Like that's kind of what we're trying to prove here. So there's Verishasa and there's General Morgan. And Verishasa says, General Morgan, the Sun Spears have arrived. They don't look like much. General Morgan says, I will evaluate their skills, War Marshal Varish, and report back to you. Varish says, I will be surprised if they prove challenging to our soldiers. Rejoin me in Kamadan when you're finished, Morgan. And she leaves. So we have Cornan guards here. So this is what the Cornans look like. We're gonna see them a lot. We're gonna see a lot of these guys around, especially when we go to Corna, obviously. But yeah, so the idea is, remember, we have a sparring match with them. So let's see. Lissa teaches us. Remember, Lissa during the Guild Wars 1 times was like the matron goddess of specifically the Vabians. Just so you guys know, Morgan is from Vabi. While he does serve in Corna, but I think he's originally from Vabi. But yeah, their matron goddess is like Lissa. They're like heavily like into Lissa and stuff. Wish they kept those man statues in the Astralarium. Yeah, there's a couple of those that I wish they would have kind of left, left some of those buildings intact, maybe. But they completely redesigned the whole Astralarium. So, the Honorable General. Hi, Sunspear. Your superiors could not stop talking about your valor defending Chubek against the Corsairs. My superior and ruler of Corna, War Marshal Varish Asa, is most curious and wishes me to report on your capabilities. I've heard that you're a highly trained Sunspear leader. I look forward to watching you trade blows with my finest. Rest assured, you will be compensated for your time and trouble when you're ready to begin demonstrate. So they're it's kind of strange, right? They're coming here with a delegation, but they're also testing the might of the Sun Spears. Why is this? This is all very strange, right? Like it kind of seems like they're just here for like a political whatever meeting, and whatever. I'm sure there's like whatever they have to show face, every year or whatever, like annually they have to like show up or whatever, right? And kind of make sure that everything is still in order, and maybe there's some treaties to sign or whatever, right? Whatever political things. But why are they coming? Like, I know they're a military state, but they're coming with their war marshal, and then they come with another general, and General Morgan, not another general, but General Morgan is here. And they're bringing their guards, and they want to see the might of the Sun Spears. So it's very interesting. We are ready. So let's go fight, and let's show them what we got. So let's kill that monk over there. That is going to be the healer of their group, and we're going to get rid of that healer real quick, because I'm not dealing with that. All right, done. So they actually had more people in their group, I want to say, than we did in ours. I'm gonna heal a little bit, but without walking around. Oh, someone heal me! Why are you not? Okay, they didn't heal me, so they scored 1. We scored 3. Super dumb. Like, Dunkoro, something's going on with you, and I need to kind of know what it is. Are you running out of energy a lot? No, he's not. He's just not using Word of Healing. Why didn't he heal me earlier? That's so annoying. Alright, so we have defeated them. They still had, like, red names, but they were actually friendly. Alright, so, alright, what does he say? What a demonstration. Cormia has trained you well. Indeed, my men would do well to take the lessons you have taught them to heart. I would hate to cross you on the field of battle, Sunspear. As for your conversations, please speak with emissary Demagier or something, whatever. All right. So let's get some compensation for entertaining the thought that their military could be as strong as ours. Alright, anyways. General Morgan holds honor, loyalty, and devotion to the five gods above all else. He also rewards such service. I must get back to my studies. In fact, I could use some help if you have time. I'm sure General Morgan would appreciate your continued assistance to the Cornan delegation. So he's the emissary Dajmir, and I think he's part of the. I guess he's insinuating that he's part of the Cornan delegation. So, and we leveled up. Nice. Julio. Let's do leadership. Let's do sword mastery, and there you go. Nice, we're doing great. All right, so thank you for helping Corna. Yeah. So he's clearly a Cornan emissary here. Isn't it surreal this game built by a handful of ex-Blizzard devs will turn 20 next year and still holds up to this day? Way better than contemporary releases. It's truly crazy, right? It's truly insane how good this game, like I really think that there's still the thing was that, like, in the 20 teens, right, like in the 2010s, the idea was always like games, or even like from early 2000s, right, is always about like games have to get graphically better, right? It's always about like graphically better. But then in the 2010s, we kind of reverted back to like mid 2010s. I mean, it started earlier than that, but I think it really started taking shape like, 2013, 14, 15 or something like that, right? Where like indie games and games like Shovel Knight, right? Like where they came to the forefront, where it's like, hey, you don't need to have amazing graphics, where they were going back to old graphics, like, and kind of presented them like older games from old systems and stuff. So I still think that, and this has really taken shape, like specifically in the indie game industry and stuff like that. And I really think that now at this point, so like I think if you asked me like maybe 6-7 years ago, I would have or maybe even 10 years ago, I would have probably been like, yeah, well, you know what, we had to move on from Guild Wars 2 because, sometimes you just want to, like, you need new graphics, and, that's kind of how the game industry is, right? You kind of have to, like, move on from things. But now, at this point, I feel like it's like there's constantly games that are being designed that look like older games. So it's like Guild Wars 2 in this day and age could shine because graphics have kind of now taken a back seat to a lot of the things. Obviously, a lot of people still want games to look beautiful and blah 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 blah, but like I said, there was this rise of like these indie games and these older like game, where you look at like things, like I said, Shovel Knight and stuff, which was designed to look like Nintendo, the original NES like kind of thing. So I really think like if they were to invest money into Guild Wars 1, I don't think it would be wasted, because I don't think graphics are really at the forefront that much more, that much anymore than they were more so like 10 years ago, right? It was more so about graphically advancing, and nowadays it's just kind of like people are like, oh, whatever a game looks like. Like I feel like a lot of people nowadays are just like, we don't really care, like, yeah, we want a good looking game, but we also want like the game, like graphics aren't everything, is something that has really been, I feel like, learned in the consumer base of video games. I think it's like a lot of people have realized that, like, always striving for newer graphics isn't everything, because if a game looks pretty but it plays like shit, or it doesn't have anything that's interesting or compelling, and the mechanics are dumb and the story's dumb and the characters are dumb, then it's just a pretty game and doesn't mean anything, so. All right, anyways, so Emissary Dajmir, thank you for helping Corna. One of War Marshal's generals, Kayet, has asked me to speak with the Order of the Sky regarding a celestial event she calls Nightfall. General Morgan, whom you've met, doesn't seem to like this idea, but more importantly, someone else has been asking the Order about Nightfall. You'd be doing me and the generals a great favor if you'd investigate this. Meet me in Zelon Reach, and I shall tell you more. And you better bring your friend Koss with you. The plants in this area have been especially aggressive lately. So we get like a lot of exposition here, okay? This game's still, I mean, you know, it might look good to you, but if we compare to something like, I don't know, what's a video game that looks like fantastic that's come out in the last couple of years? I don't know. I don't play video games, guys. I don't know. I don't know. I want to find something that's specific. Well, Elden Ring kind of comes up. Red Dead Redemption. You know, when you look at something like Red Dead Redemption 2, you know, stuff like that, like, you know, Guild Wars 1 can't even compare to something like that. You know, the environments look so beautiful. They look so realistic. You know, it's just like really being like in the game. Like Red Dead Redemption is actually a fantastic example of this, right? But like, so just if we like, for example, if we take this, I'm just gonna post this so you guys can look at it, right? It's like, not that Guild Wars 2 looks bad or anything, but if you compare that to something like Red Dead Redemption 2, and there's a screenshot for you guys, you can look at that, right? That's like, it's like, oh my god, that's like beautiful, right? That's just like, it looks like a real environment, like the mountain ranges in the back and whatever, right? Like you look at that and it's just like, whoa, that's crazy, you know? Um, it's like Guild Wars 1 doesn't really like hold a candle, right, in any way. Like that's, it's just, it's very outdated in that sense, that there's a lot of like, it still looks good, but you know, if you compare it to something as of today, like it's not, it can't hold a candle to any of that. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's like, and like I said, like Elden Ring, for example, like I've been playing the DLC, you know, and the DLC, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on the DLC, a lot of not so super nice thoughts, but it looks pretty, right? It's beautiful. Like you go through those environments, you run through those fields with those illusory like gravestones, and you see all the like the trees in the back, like the, you know, the Erd tree with the a skadu tree or whatever it's called, you know, around it, wrapped around it or whatever. Like it looks so, you're like, oh my god, it's like this awe-inspiring thing, right? It looks really really good. Guild Wars 1 can't really like it doesn't, you know, if you get down to the like nitty-gritty of it, it doesn't really hold a candle to any of that, so unfortunately. But yeah, anyways, so we get there's a lot of things going on in this one text. It's so interesting. They like really kind of throw us in. So we get the mention of Nightfall, and it's highlighted here as well, right? Obviously based off of the expansion. And up until now, we've kind of just dealt with our order, with the Sun Spears, ranking up, walking around, doing these types of things. And we heard about the diggings at the first city, right? The first city, Farinur. And we heard about that, right? But then we also heard about delegation coming to Istan. And then War Marshal Varish is not just appearing by herself, or not just appearing herself, but it's also, she's bringing not just one, but two of her generals with her. So she's bringing like the heavy hitters. She's bringing the leading people that she, like, she's not just like sending a random delegation. She's like bringing all of the like, there's like one general that we haven't heard of yet that is still in Korna, that is hanging out in Korna, but the other two are here with her. So it's kind of crazy, like, okay, this is kind of weird. Why is she doing this, you know? So Kayet is the other general. So General Morgan and General Kayet are here. And we heard about the Order of the Sky. The Order of the Sky are the people here that are studying the celestial things. And apparently Kayet has been asking about a celestial event called Nightfall. But it's something she calls Nightfall. So it's kind of weird. Okay, what kind of celestial event could that be? We don't really know, so we kind of get like, okay, Nightfall is a thing, but then someone else is also asking about Nightfall. Okay, interesting. So we kind of we're gonna accept that, and we're gonna find out what's going on with this Nightfall situation, right? It's just very strange. It's like, what's going on? The generals are here. People are asking about Nightfall. It's like, okay, there's something deeper going on. So let's find out what that is. I just closed that. I'm just gonna leave that open. Let's find out. All right. Oh, I do want to earn some more reputation. So next level, we're going to become a Sunspear Captain once we reach 500 promotional points. All right, let's squish some bugs. Bugs. Okay, so there's emissary Dajmir. And he wants to give us more information. I feel so honored. General Morgan himself selected me to study with the Order of the Sky, but I'm a little homesick. I've never been this far away from Gandera before. Okay, science and portents. Great, you brought Koss with you. The someone else asking about Nightfall is a young Cornan rabble-rouser named Milani. Okay, so there's Milani. Okay, we kind of know. For those of you that have played Guild Wars 2, you kind of know, only played Guild Wars 2. You kind of might have heard of Milani before, but yeah, so there's Milani. I didn't want to mention her name before because General Kayet has agents everywhere. She's a bright, dedicated young woman, but I think she's involved in something more powerful than she realizes. Koss knows her. Locate her and find out why she's asking about Nightfall. Okay, so Emissary Dajmir seems to, like, there seems to be something going on. He's a Cornan, and he's here to study with the Order of the Skies, but with the Order of the Sky. But the thing is, he doesn't quite trust General Kayet. She seems to have agents everywhere, and he's being a little secretive. He doesn't want anyone finding out that Milani has been asking about this. So, okay, interesting. So, who is this Milani, and why has she been asking about Nightfall? So let's go find out. After we kill all of these guys. Yeah. It's really coming down out there. It was weird. Like today, I didn't think it was gonna rain today. And I was gonna do the yard tomorrow, but we're gonna have to see how that weather goes. I might have to do it tomorrow evening once the grass has dried, because there's nothing worse than mowing a wet lawn. It's awful, guys. It's bad. So we have a character here. He says, Hatuk. He said, "Hey you." I'm like, who the heck is talking to me? He's actually right around the corner over here. He says, "Hey you, yeah, you, come here. I need some help." All right, let's go talk to him. What's going on? All right, Hatuk, what's going on? Okay, so here's the deal. There's this monster I'm supposed to kill, but I don't know the first thing about killing. I just never took an interest. But now I have the stupid rite of passage. In order to become a man, I have to hunt down and kill the great fire flower. I know it doesn't sound scary, but trust me, this thing is brutal. Maybe not too brutal for you, but for me, forget about it. This thing has plagued our village for years, and they asked me to kill it? I mean, come on, I need some help. But no one can know, okay? Your secret is safe with me. So this guy, weirdly, that he has a rite of passage. Like we've never heard of this. What village he's talking about, we don't really know. There's a couple of villages in the Zelon Reach here. There's one, and specifically up here. That's probably who he's talking. Or what he's talking about. But yeah, anyways, it's kind of weird. So. All right. Okay. I don't know. I felt like there was like weird lag going on, and I felt like I was rubber banding for a second. But it looks fine. I love this little thing. So you have the little thing down here, and it tells you your frames per second, and it also tells you your ping and server IP. I wish we had that in Guild Wars 2, where I can just like hover over this thing and it tells me. Like specifically for the FPS, I always have to the FPS and the ping. Always have to go into the options, and I'm like, why can't it be like a little thing that I can like place on like my mini map or something? So there's the great fire flower that he spoke of, right there. It's just a jacaranda, and it's not even that powerful, I don't think. There it is. Go kill it, and I'll make sure no one sees. All right, it's a level 10. It's not even a fire flower. It uses electric. It uses lightning, like air magic, lightning magic. Like, not even a fire flower. Kind of weird that they name it that. All right, we killed it for you. You happy? You made that look easy. Maybe there's something to this whole hunting business after all. Nah. Well, I'll take it from here. Make yourself scarce before someone starts to suspect. Okay, we'll leave. Alright, signs and portents. Alright, so there's Milani right over there. We have an enemy. So let's meet with Milani. Alright, so let's meet with her. Note there's no sense for you. Hey, over here, Cormier sent me. It's urgent. So Cormier sent her. Okay, and it's urgent. So what's going on? And Ka says, Milani, it's always a pleasure to see that scythe, darling. She's a dervish, so she wields the scythe. And Milani says, I don't want to get too close because then a cinematic starts, just so you guys know. Don't start, Kos. This is serious. Verish As's generals are asking questions about Nightfall. Cormier has found something connected with it. I will take you to her. Well, I thought the cinematic would start if we get close. So she says, don't start, Kos. This is serious. Verish As's generals are asking questions about Nightfall. Cormier has found something connected with it. I will take you to her. So the plot kind of thickens, and we find out that Milani has been asking about Nightfall, not just on her own accord, but because of based on Milani has been asking because of Cormier. Cormier has been telling her to ask about Nightfall because if Cormier does it, it's a little bit suspicious because a lot of eyes are on her all the time. So she has one of her sun spears, Milani, do it instead. Who is she's a not just a studious person, but she also has like a very we're gonna find out later that she has kind of like very interesting powers. Like there's this like innate power that she kind of has, like these weird like powers and stuff. So let's find out. Melander blesses my steps. So Milani, being a dervish, she dervish have the earth and wind prayers. So they kind of like follow that, which is more naturey. They're more naturey themed. They take like a lot of their powers from nature and stuff. Where there's a lot of skills that are involved with like thorns and sand and wind-based stuff, you know, like that type of stuff. So they're more like these nature, these imbued nature people. Um, and yeah, so she follows Melandru as like her matron goddess. Melandru blesses my steps, but my heart belongs to Korna. I'm a dervish of the Sun Spheres, and I know this land better than anyone. Those who threaten my country, like Varish Asa and her minions, shall regret doing so. Oh, okay. What's going on? Varish Asa is threatening her country, and that's very interesting. So let's find out what's going on here. Oh, thank the gods I found you. Something terrible has happened. You need to follow me now. Cormier is waiting. Just a moment, I need a word with Koss. Okay. Fred's hanging out right on the screen.
What do you know about this Milani?
Milani? Known her since we were both children in Korna.
You're from Korna?
Yes, the estate's north of Gandhara. Milani is from Ranjak, a small village to the west. She's a sweet girl, but always thinks she's right.
I also have very good ears.
Milani, I didn't see you there.
Observant as always, Koss. I'm glad you're both here. I believe the War Marshal is up to something.
War Marshal Varish? I doubt that.
Don't you find it odd that she came in person for a simple trade mission? With her generals?
So Varish is a hands-on leader. I think you're jumping to conclusions.
I think you're just not thinking at all.
Ah, I see you two do know each other.
My apologies. Though with Koss at your side, you'll need real help.
And if Milani's advising you, you need me more than ever.
Okay, so we get a little bit of an interaction, and Milani kind of points out exactly what I've been mentioning. So why did War Marshal? So apparently it was a trade mission that she appeared here for. We didn't know this. We kind of knew that the delegation had appeared from the provinces, from the other provinces, but we didn't know really what the background was to any of that. But apparently it was a trade mission. So there was something going on with the trade mission. But yeah, so it's kind of weird. A simple trade mission, and Varish Asa appears with her general, like in person with her generals, two of them. Kind of strange, right? So we got that, and so we learned that Koss is from Korna as well, which so is Milani. So they're both from Korna, and they've known each other for a long time. They've known each other since they were children. And we hear that Milani is from Ranjak, and yeah, and they kind of go back and forth, and they have a little interaction, and it's kind of cute. So, but yeah, so it's kind of interesting. You know, and now we have to go meet Cormier, because we're trying to like get to the bottom of this. Like, what's really going on? Why is Varish Asa here, and what is she planning? Why is Milani thinking that she's planning something? What is that all about, right? There's like that's kind of strange as well. So I think I'm gonna swap some of these skills around. I think I'm gonna swap this out. This is like such, I mean, it does a lot of damage, but it's such a long cast time of 3 seconds. Okay. Not that that's a really good sword, but let's see how strong this is. 10 to 13. Oh, not better. I already have a better weapon. All right. Yeah. So the plot thickens, guys. And I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. I don't know, I'm having a good time playing the Paragon. Like I said, we're going to be swapping it over. I'm going to try to get... I'm probably going to try to get all the skills if I can. You know, as money and skill points allow. Because I can only buy as many as I have skill points. So that's why I'm... Right now, while we're not fully set on, like, a bar that we have yet... You know, we don't have an elite skill and stuff like that. I don't want to just like buy every skill because then we'll run out of skill points really fast. But at some point, I mean, towards the end of the game, I'm gonna be buying all those skills, I think. So, all right, we have a collector here. What do you collect? Ew, my garden! Those terrible mandragora have ruined it. Ruin it, I say. Look at what they've done to my lovely radishes. That's it. This means war. The kind of war where I don't have to break a nail, of course. You look like a fine, strapping young adventurer. What say you champion my cause against... What say you champion my cause against those vicious mandragora? Retrieve that, so I could retrieve that and then get a armor, 50 armor. So this is like even better. So remember, the starter armor was 20, and then we got this armor at 35, so that's 15 higher, and then this armor right here is even more. So that would be really nice. But yeah, anyways, so here we have the inscription, right? Cormier, I brought them. So Milani says, Cormier, I brought them as fast as I could. Cormier says, thank gods. Take a look at this and tell me what you think of it. So there's this inscription on the wall. We've seen this before. I've looked at this before. You know, there's like this weird... I always think of this as like a head of a creature. It looks almost like a draconic creature in a weird way, with like weird symbols, but it's pulsing with like dark powers. But Cormier is here, so she's here, and ruins like this ancient wall are all that remain of Fariner. The wall is glowing as if infused with knowledge. It makes your head hurt. It's like looking into a nightmare. Take a closer look.
This looks bad.
It's just some old inscriptions.
I hate not knowing what they say.
These come from earlier times, from before the Scarab Plague. A scholar could decipher them.
I don't know any scholars that would want to come out here.
You would be surprised.
What's that?
It's one of the excavation workers.
Yes, but look at him.
I would like to change my opinion to this looks very bad.
All right, so we heard about how Cormier convinced the Elder to dig out the first city, but then this wall that we saw, the wall is actually like right outside of here. It's like this wall right up there, which apparently is considered to be part of the first city. So the first city probably like reached farther out, you know, and that might have been that building might have been like, you know, like a little like a outpost like right outside or something, like a watchtower or something like that, right? But on that wall we see like a weird inscription, and then we go further around. They kind of go around the corner here, and they find on the other side, I think they find the guy like right behind this building pretty much. They find one of the excavation workers with with like weird inscriptions on the body, and there's like purple coming out, and he clearly is like just dead on the ground, right? And it's like, oh my god, because remember, we were the ones that brought these excavation workers there. We were the ones that kind of spearheaded the whole idea of bringing the diggers here so they can dig out the city. So now the diggers are dying. These excavation workers are dying, and we don't know what's really going on. And what's going on with Nightfall? We didn't really there was no clarification done as to like what's happening with Nightfall, right? So that's kind of strange. But anyways, so let's talk to the dig master, Gata. The digger you found was the last one to die. They're all dead. The entire excavation team, cut down in their prime, covered with these strange runes. Cormier promised us protection, but no one was prepared for this. Then another group of diggers stormed through here, heavily armed. I'd never seen them before, but they seemed to know where they were going. You have to go after them. Cormier's waiting for you. Take this. You'll need it. Alright, so Milani joins us. Originally a native of Corner, Milani's dedication of her home village has made her persona non grata in her homeland. She has a flinty determination and is not above open acts of rebellion to achieve her goals. Alright, so Milani joins the group so we can get rid of Abasi and have her join the group. She's only level 8, but that's okay. And she doesn't have that many skills. I think I don't have anything set up. I can probably set something up. So I don't know. Vow of Strength, I think, is the one that gets used a lot, and that's an Earth Prayer magic. So you see, like, Mirage Cloak. There's like vines here. Mystic Sandstorm. Veil of Thorns. Right, like this is obviously like Earth influence. Then we have the Scythe Mastery, which is just all about like slashing and stuff. We have Wind Prayers, which have like different things like Harrier's Haste. You know, it has like an eagle or something on it. Mystic Twister. You know, there's like these wind-based Winds of Disenchantment. Right, that's the Guild Wars 2, the elite skill on the Spellbreaker. So that's kind of the dervish here for you. I don't know a good. I'm gonna look up. I don't know a good build. And I always use the guild. Or there's a website called PV. What is it? PVX Wiki. Is that what it is? Yeah. PVX. And I want to see a. Dervish. I gotta look. Sorry, guys. I gotta look through because they have. Are these not? I want hero builds. Do they have hero builds? No, I don't want to download. Let me see. You know, sometimes I hate this website because I'm not quite sure how to find hero builds. Where are the hero builds? Because that was not a hero build that I just found. I found it. Getting a blog post or a teaser. I feel like we're gonna get. I feel like we're gonna get both. I think Wednesday. So I have a feeling because they did remember how they did the primer before they did the preview of the spears, right? They did that on Wednesday, and then on Thursday we got the first of the previews. So I have a feeling that they're gonna do the same thing and then they did like 2 weeks after that they did like more of the spear preview. So I have a feeling we're gonna get like a blog post about something on like. I think what's going to happen is maybe we're going to see like a blog post about the Warclaw on Wednesday, and then they're going to release like a video kind of detailing that on Thursday or something like that. I feel like they're going to do a blog post first and then do a video to follow up, because I feel like maybe it would be kind of weird to do a video and then a blog post about it. So I think we're going to get a blog post where they kind of like talk about some of this stuff and then see a video. So I think we're gonna get a blog post first. It would be nice to have. There we go. I finally found what I was. Why? all of them. There we go. All of them. I want all of them. There we go. Oh my god, finally found it, guys. So, here's the thing. I can just download the text and load template code. Load the template code. Save that. I guess that's not what I was trying to do. Load the template. No. Manage template. Yeah, I guess I want to save that as a string 0. And then I guess I can load that. Alright, load it. Boom. Done. Done, son. Alright, what are some good skills that I can use? They do give some suggestions. Damage and health maintenance. Energy management. So I think I'm going to do Victorious Swipe. Damage and health is good. Victorious Swipe. So that's right here. And then a Radiant Scythe for energy management. We'll kind of do that. But there you go. That's the way to load that up. And that way I don't have to bother with making my own build. Screw that. And then, like I said, I'm taking this out because that is kind of iffy. And I do want to have this in the front. I'm going to move these back. And then I'm going to go with there's nothing to fear. Yeah, because this is going to last a long time now. It's 4 seconds plus 1 second for every 2 ranks in leadership. Leadership every 2 ranks. So that's 3 seconds. So it's going to last 7 seconds. But they take 32% less damage. And then when that shout ends, they get 55 health. So that's pretty good. It's pretty expensive, but it's going to help me some keep up with some, like, I want to have as many shouts as possible, because I love the idea of just like AoE shouts and helping my group like that, you know? I fear that this week, because they're doing the spear beta, we might not get anything this week. And next week, oh, maybe you're right. I didn't even think about that, because that starts on Thursday. So maybe, well, I'm still hoping for a blog post, though. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they want to, like, kind of focus on the spears right now, and they don't want to, like, do too much. Because we still have, like, time before, because it's August 20th. So we have another 2 months before the expansion comes out. So they kind of want to spread out the stuff. So you're probably right. You're probably right. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, we're probably not going to get anything this week. Alright. So we've kind of updated our stuff. We're going to kind of help out with a little bit of the damage mitigation. I'm going to see how that is energy-wise, how we're doing. I'm going to try to keep that up as much as I can. We're just going to have to see how that goes with the energy. Command, leadership, that's command. What do we have for, because if I could take command out and maybe just go with leadership skills, what do we have for leadership skills? Because then I can invest more points into leadership right off the bat. They're on fire. See, the problem is that the command has the ones that are not energy, but these all cost money too. Never give up, never surrender. I love that those are like 2 separate things. Never surrender is really good, because that's like +2 health regeneration. So maybe I'll take that. Um, I want to keep that because I like the animations on this. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're gonna kind of have to keep it this way. Yeah, I just bought Never Surrender, just in case I need something more defensive. All right, so where to help? We could have used your assistance earlier, but Cormier is waiting for you in Farinor now. When you're ready, you can meet her there and find out what's going on. All right, let's find out what's going on, guys. Let's go in and find out what's happening. All these strange things going on. We're finding dead, like the entire excavation team is dead. We're finding weird runes on them. We're finding weird inscriptions. It's very strange. There's a lot of strange things happening. So let's find out. Let's go into the first city and find out what's going on. So there's Cormier. The diggers were excavating the ruins west of here. That is where we must go. All right. No details. No details here. We don't need details. We're just lackeys, I guess. So, like Cormier's just like, yeah, you don't need to know. That's fine. Maybe kind of move that back. Trying to find like a good spot for these skills. Sorry, guys. All right, so remember this, guys. So remember this. This was the statue that Cormier was standing in front of, and she was waving her hand. This was the early on cinematic. This was yesterday. We played that. Early on, that is something that we saw, and no one really mentioned it. But yeah, this is like a weird statue of Abaddon, and his eyes are glowing. And Cormier was the one that kind of like she waved her hand, and that's when those eyes like kind of turned on. So kind of strange. But what's going on here? Here's the excavation team, or part of it at least. Look at these guys. And Milani says, "I've never seen anything quite like these markings. What did this to the diggers?" And Cormier says, "I cannot say, but I'm certain we will find their killer in the ruins. We will find it and we will destroy it." All right, so something in the ruins is causing this. Okay, so that we're getting a little bit more detail. Adrenaline. So I think I'm gonna go with like energy runes on my armor set as well, just to give myself a ton of energy. And then that way I can use very heavy energy, heavy abilities and stuff. Yeah, so there's nothing to fear. I'm gonna only use once we're like in a battle and it looks like we're kind of losing the battle or something. That's gonna be like, oh my god, we gotta take less damage, like this is bad, you know, if we get to that. We might get to that in here, because as we've seen, like it's getting a little bit more difficult. Like in the beginning it was pretty easy, specifically when we went to like the plains of Jar, and like that stuff was like super easy, everything died really easily. But as we moved to the cliffs and Zelen Reach, it's become like pretty tough. So all right, so we have a ghostly Sunsphere commander here that is barring the way. Cormier says, "I am Spear Marshal Cormier. We seek access to the inner chambers." And he says, "Your name means nothing to me. I'll warn you as I've warned the others. Death stalks these dusty halls. You must not enter." And Cormier says, the sentries have addled your senses, Phantom. We're Sun Spears. We shall pass with or without your permission. Alright, so we're Sun Spears, she says, and we go in. One of the traps of this location. But what I will point out to you guys, and I'll just kind of have the group stop here. There's a corpse, a strange corpse. Remember how the Digmaster, Gata, he said, oh, there was a group of heavily armored excavators he's never seen before that ran past the outpost, the dig outpost here, and went into the ruins. Well, now we have what looks to be a dead Cornin on the ground. This is a Cornin guy. So it looks to be that there's Derek the Quick. We gotta get him. This chamber is sealed. I will not allow you entry. So we have to like actually catch up to him. But we actually have undead in here that are causing us to like slow down or whatever. Get slowed. Get slowed. Slow us down. So that's kind of the mechanic here. Oh god, my pet died. That's okay. So we have these traps as well. So this is like a well defended area. We kind of have to energy seems to be kind of bad right now, so I'm definitely gonna have to figure out, maybe add a skill that gives me energy or something. I don't know. The go for the eyes is pretty good because it costs adrenaline, but it gives me, oh my goodness. All right, so kill that last guy, so now we can go after Derek the Quick. Go, 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 go. Everyone attack. Yes. Do it. Go for the eyes. Yes. Alright, so we got a stone tablet here. I'm going to leave that money there. I don't really care. Alright, so we got a stone tablet here. And we have to put that on the pedestal in order to continue. Bloop. So the bonus here is not to harm any of the ghostly sun spears. That is a little tough because my imp attacks everything that... Is that going to crash down or not? My imp attacks everything that's red, so I'm probably going to fail this mission, this bonus mission. But it is what it is. It doesn't matter. So the Cormier says the next chamber will also be sealed. We'll need 2 tablets to open it. Cormier, how do you know so much about this place is what Milani asks. And Cormier says, if Spear Marshal's duties does not end on the battlefield, come, we must find the stone tablets. Alright, so there's another dead corn in here, but there's a trap. You guys will kind of see it's a fire trap. Look at that damage. That was a ton of damage, but we have this tablet here. The mechanic here though is that these ghostly sun spears, the one that I just killed, they will return. They don't just like disappear. Okay, Donkoro, I need you to get out of the fire there, please. Please just walk. Get out of the fire, thank you. They will return and they will come pick up the tablets. But the problem is I need to put both of the tablets. Oh my god, Donkoro ran straight through the fire just as Donkoro, please stop. Why does he stop directly in front of the fire jets? Jesus. So I gotta be careful with the traps. So this is very involved, right? We have like a lot of stuff going on here. Because we have traps, we have to get 2 stone tablets. the ghosts, like I said, they will reappear and they will collect those stone tablets. If I put that on the pedestal, they'll come back and get it. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like kind of get both tablets at the same time. But since I'm only one person, I can only do so much. Ooh, there's a dead scepter, which is for a necromancer. So there's the ghostly sun spears. So we have to like hurry through here. I'm doing some speed boost as well. But we gotta get to. I'm gonna leave the group here. They can kill this guy when he gets here. Because I think he's slowly gonna. Or I think I have to put them on a pedestal and then they move here. Is that right? Maybe that's how that works. I'm not quite sure because he doesn't look like he's moving my way. So I think that might be when I put them on the pedestal. I'm gonna kind of watch that and see. Does he come down here and try to pick up the? Yeah, I think he's doing it now. Yeah, you guys can kind of see. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. I thought he was making his way down. Okay. I thought they were coming to pick that up. So, anyways, Cormier says, "Excellent work. We must continue. The third trial awaits." We've already failed the bonus, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so we're here in the first city. Cormier says, "We're here to destroy what lies within the inner chamber. Stand aside, Spectre," and this is Kadash, and he says, "The inner chamber is sealed with good reason. Others have come before you, but the evil of the Apocrypha remains." Milani says, "If you truly oppose this Apocrypha, you will help us destroy it. Please, our enemies are the same. Let us work together." Kadash says, "Your words ring true. Very well, I shall help you. I will place this tablet back on the pedestal, but I'll need your protection to succeed." I think he gets yeah, he gets some of that speed boost. So, Cormier, can you cast your incoming spell, please? She uses incoming. I don't know. There it is. I guess she only does it when we're in battle. Go get him! You could have just given us the tablet. That would have been 100 times faster, but I'd rather not carry them because when I carry the tablets, I can't attack. Alright, and then one more group. I'm gonna give them one more speed boost here. Alright, another speed boost for you, mister. I mean, it's only, what, 33%? Alright. You get a little Stanimiatic. There's dialogue happening at the same time. I don't know why Arena does that. But look, we have a monolith type of creature, sentient rocks kind of forming an enemy with the same kind of glyphs on it. Milani says, "Thank you, Kadash. I promise that we will not rest until the evil is driven from this place." Cormia said, "Well said, Milani. Onward, friends, for the glory of the sun spears." So we see the Apocrypha. We see some of these tentacles coming out, which obviously, as we know, is very a realm of tormenty, and it's our first glance into Nightfall. The Apocrypha is actually a pretty strong enemy, so we're gonna have to. What is with these earthquakes? What is happening there? I think that's supposed to be the Apocrypha, like messing with the chamber or whatever. Ooh, sorry guys. Alright, come on. Die already. Cormier says, "Whatever that abomination is, we will defeat it. Sun spears forward." Yeah, so talking about the Apocrypha, whatever that. Oh, I guess my imp had died at some point. I didn't even realize it. I didn't even realize it. Alright, one more group before the Apocrypha. I don't want to fight them at the same time. Oh. Yeah, so the chamber is kind of falling apart. I guess that's what that's supposed to, like, indicate. Alright, Fred died. And the Apocrypha is pretty strong, guys. Level 13, and like Milani is dead. Oh, we just made it. I don't know how we killed it, but here it is. Alright, this is the Estani Consulate in Kamadan at the same time. Bearish and Morgan.
You were correct, War Marshal. The Sun Spears have been recruiting and training new leaders.
We will need to increase our own forces as well.
With respect, Varish, the Sun Spears serve all the Elonian provinces.
If they serve all of Ilona, why are their headquarters here, in Istan, instead of Korna?
Your father taught me to trust the Sun Spears.
My father taught me to do what is necessary to protect my land.
Varish.
General Kayat, you are dismissed, Morgan.
War Marshal, we are not finished here.
Prepare for our return to Korna. I shall join you shortly.
He is a loyal old fool.
What news, Kayat?
The Apocrypha has been destroyed by the Sun Spears, but not before I gained what we needed from it.
Praise Abaddon.
Praise Abaddon. Prepare the way. You lead, I shall follow. Nightfall comes.
Yes, my teacher. Nightfall comes.
Alright, I harmed 2 ghosts. Alright, let's talk about a little bit about what we just saw. So, we defeat the Apocrypha in the first city, which, you know, seems to, I mean, in the inner chamber, you know, it seems to be that, you know, whatever, like it's a servant of Abaddon or something, right? That happened. And then we get a view of the Istani consulate where Varys is hanging out at. and she's talking to Morgan, and she talks about how, you know, because Morgan has kind of assessed the situation with us, right? We did beat his Cornan forces and stuff, and he says, yeah, they're actually like strengthening the forces, and Ver says, well, we need to do the same thing. So she's preparing, you know, she's preparing that she might have to face us, right? Like that's clearly like kind of happening there. It's like, okay, why? Like what's going on? And then she says, well, why are they not in Korna? And I never understood that when I was younger. I never really understood that line, because it was like, why does it matter? Like, you know, they serve all of Ilona. And I don't know, there was like two schools of thought, because I always thought, okay, well, they're out here on the Istani Isles because they're like the military of Ilona, right? And Ilona is surrounded by a lot of deserts and stuff, so they wouldn't get invaded if they were to get invaded by other nations by way of deserts, or like these, like, you know, craggy mountains over here, right? Like they would be probably invaded by sea, right? Like that's what I think, because, you know, Cantha is down here on the side there. You know, and Tyria, I mean, it's like I said, you could venture through the Crystal Desert, but if they, let's say, Kryda were to say, we're gonna invade Ilona, they would probably do it by sea, right? So the thing is, like, I always thought, well, they're in Istan because, you know, first of all, this is the ancient home of the Sun Spears, but it's also like that, you know, in order to serve the other province, like all the provinces, they can defend them easier from being on this island, right? Rather than being like situated, you know, somewhere out here or whatever. But I guess her thinking is that Korna, right, specifically Gandera, kind of sits in between all of the provinces, because you kind of sit, you know, right in Korna, and then you have the Desolation to the northwest, you have Vavi to the northeast, and then you have Istan to the west, right? So I think that's what she kind of is talking about. Like, if they're serving all the provinces, they should be equally far away from all of them, and not just situated on the separate island chain off to the side, right? So I think that's, I guess that's kind of like her way of thinking. And I guess she's kind of right in that way as well. But yeah, so then she dismisses Morgan, and Kayed comes in, and Kayed is like, oh, he's a loyal old fool. And we heard earlier from the emissary Dajmir in the Astrolarium that Morgan is like a stout follower of the five gods, okay? But then we hear Kayed and Avarish talk about Nightfall and Abaddon, and they're praising Abaddon, which, you know, everyone kind of knows. Like, that's, you know, that's the secret sixth god, right? That's like, oh, you know, before this you know, campaign came out, you know, no one really knew about that, but you know, that's not revelating to us now in 2024. But yeah, so they talk about like praise Abaddon and whatever, so it kind of shows that she's a follower of Abaddon. And Kayed was looking for something. Kayed was leading the charge into the first city because she was looking for a scroll that had like a weird rune on it. So she was looking for that. To what end, we don't really know. But yeah, so and then there was a girl that was listening in on the whole conversation. That was kind of hiding in the consulate. So that's very interesting as well. Yeah, and then they talk about Night Falls, and yeah, and so that's kind of the state of things. So very interesting. Let's see. We did level up. Maybe level up command. Alright, so let's talk to First Spear. I don't know if you heard, but undead that were sealed within the first city are now roaming. Is this? Oh yeah, this is the next mission. So the undead that were sealed within the first city are now roaming the countryside. This is terrible. We have to track them down before someone gets hurt. If a Kornan or Vabian got killed on Istani soil, well, it would be bad, really bad. The problem is we don't know where they are. A fellow Sun Spear, Narashi, has left with a squad for the cliffs of Dojok to investigate. They might have more information. If you can go help them hunt down the undead. Okay, so because everything is kind of going south, and they're not really highlighting this as really being this, but remember, Cormier was the one that was pushing for the excavation, right? Like that was the whole thing. She was the one that was pushing for this excavation. She was like, nope, she's like, I want to. She convinced the elder to let the diggings go. She, like I said, she kind of used us in a way to get some of the diggers, right? She sent us on this mission to get some of the diggers to help out the quarry master and stuff like that. And yeah, so that was her whole plan. Why she wanted to do that? Maybe she wanted to just regain control over the first city for the Istani people and kind of use that as like maybe move the capital there or something. It's like it could have been they could use maybe the first city as like headquarters or something for the Sun Spears, right, or something like that. But everything kind of goes south because the diggers get killed by whatever is inside. There's clearly something trapped inside, some kind of dark power that's related to Abaddon, with the Apocrypha and stuff. The diggers get killed, but there's also the first city was sealed by the old spirits of the Sun Spears, and now we have unsealed them because we went in there with all the two excavation teams. First the Istani one, and then the Cornan one, but then also us, the Sun Spears, we went in after the Cornan team to kind of clean up. But with doing that, we unsealed the first city, and now the undead that were sealed within are roaming the countryside. So everything is kind of going to the shit, to put it bluntly, right? It's just like, oh my god, this is like worse than we could have possibly imagined it to be. So now we have to find these undead and make sure that we get rid of them, because we are the Sun Spears and we're here to I don't know, keep order or whatever. Bikini hype, also balance patch. Oh, is the balance patch? Oh, is this? Oh yeah, the balance patch is happening. Oh, I totally forgot about that. What are we excited about for the balance patch? And bikini, I'm not huge on the bikini part. So I know that a lot of people are like, oh my god, I might get that because I'm, I don't know, for fashion, I feel like you can always, I like making some sexy characters. So, but yeah. So is there anything interesting that you guys are looking forward to in the June 25th balance update? So one thing that I'm looking forward to, and I might kind of talk about it tomorrow. You guys kind of know that I'm a big fan of water magic, using water magic in offensive ways. That's always been my thing, and I'm kind of looking forward to with the spear, because it looks like the spear has a lot of damage dealing abilities in the water thing. But I also we're actually getting a power coefficient increase on a couple of the water magic. I'm looking at it right now. The water magic scepter skills. So the ice shards, which is the auto attack, is gonna go. The power coefficient is gonna go from 0.24 to 0.4. So that's almost double. Which is really, really nice. And then the water trident is going to go from 1.6 to 2.0 in the power coefficient as well. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. And then I'm looking at there's a bunch of other ones that are getting kind of power coefficients increase. The stone shards and hurl are getting more. The stone shards specifically, that's super interesting because I always thought that was such a weak attack, but that is increased from 0.15 to 0.5, so that's over 3 times as strong. So that's really, really cool. I really like that. I'm really excited for that because I have an earth elementalist as well that does use I wanted to use the scepter on it, but I tend to use the dagger on her because the dagger is just way better. But maybe with that, that might actually bring that up to higher standards. I like the cooldown reductions on the Armor of Earth and Mist form, specifically Armor on Earth being 40 seconds of a cooldown. I'm so glad that that's going down. I'm very excited for that. Seeing the Soothing Ice is kind of nice, going from healing skill to critically hit. That's kind of nice. Reduce the cooldown to 15 seconds. The Flow Like Water getting increased there in PvP. That's kind of nice. Soothing Water getting Vitality. I mean, or Soothing Power for the Grandmaster trait. Getting Vitality. I mean, it's kind of like whatever, but getting more Vitality on Elementalist is always nice. So I'm looking forward to those, specifically in the Elementalist. I don't play engineers, so I'm not really, I don't ever play any engineer. Guardian is not really getting anything. There's some cooldown reductions that are happening. So there's not much there, I don't think. The focus on the Guardian is getting resolution, which is kind of nice. There's some synergy build in with some of the other lines where resolution gets you more damage and stuff. So there's some synergy that they're building in the trade lines there. Lore Master reduced the page generation interval from 6 seconds to 5 seconds. So that's kind of nice for the PvE firebrands. That's kind of I like that. What else do we have? Mesmer is getting anything interesting on Mesmer? Oh, I like Ether Feast. Ether Feast is something I know a lot of people are using. Like other I think they're using the Signet is the one that a lot of people are using, because I guess that gives better utility or something. That's what people say. But I like using Ether Feast. I think it's a very simple, very straightforward, but I like that it removes conditions now. That was one thing that was kind of missing there. So I like that. The Sand Through Glass is kind of nice. That's getting a reduced recharge. But that's pretty much 90% of the patch is kind of like reduced recharge. Necromancer, reduced recharge. Is there anything interesting that is kind of like there? I don't know. That's nothing there. Dual pistol damage improvements for Thief and lots of cooldown reductions across the board. Yeah, the cooldown reductions are nice. I think beside cooldown reductions, one thing that I would like to see is the aftercast. I always like when I see, like, I don't know how other people feel, but when I see them like do balance patches and they do aftercast reductions, I always enjoy that because it makes skills flow so much nicer together. There's certain very egregious skills in Guild Wars 2 that have like these crazy aftercasts where it's like it feels so bad to use a skill because for like a whole second afterwards you can't do anything else. It's kind of shitty, so I like that, but we didn't see any. We're not going to see any of that tomorrow. We're getting some Ranger longbow updates. The power coefficient on long range shot is getting increased, but that's very minimal because it's going from 0.9 to 1.1. So that's only a 0.2 increase. You know, at the closest range. At the longest range, it does more damage. I think, right? That's how that works. And that's going from 1.1 to 1.25. So it's really not like, you know, it's going from, you know, it's 0.2 to like at the longest range to 1 point or 0.15, not even 1.5, 0.15. Rapid fire is going from 3.75 to 4.5, so that's a 0.75 increase. Cooldown reduction, so that's kind of interesting. I'm not sure exactly there. The Aether Hunter is getting adjusted skills. I haven't used that, so I don't know how that is. I think other than that, there's nothing that's really crazy. The visual effect on the Unleash Your Pet is going to fade away over time, which is nice. I like that. Revenant got completely shafted this time around. Revenant has like nothing. This balance patch, for being a major balance patch, is awful. I'm gonna just say it. I'm just gonna come out and say it. It's awful. This is like not a major balance patch. Like they literally write an entire paragraph about what they were trying to do with Revenant. Okay, and I'm gonna read it to you guys. Renegade is the primary focus of the Revenant changes for this update. Power-based damage builds get a boost with an update to all for one, as the trade will now also grant an increase to outgoing strike damage after using a legendary Renegade skill. We've also updated Citadel Bombardment to be significantly more reliable by reducing the spread of its missiles and slightly reduce the energy cost of a handful of Renegade skills in PvP. Power-based Herald is another build that needs some help in PvP, and we've made some slight improvements to its damage, make it more viable. But they've only done a handful of changes, and it doesn't really feel like that significant. I don't know. It doesn't really feel like, I'm like, man, yeah, okay. I mean, the all for one trade, giving you damage increase, like that is kind of nice. So I do like that. I'm okay with that. Thief, yeah, so we have unload is getting increased, but look at the increase. The power coefficient increase is only from 0.4 to 0.45. It's getting a 0.05 increase. You know, I'm excited for the swords changes though a little bit, because those seem a little bit more significant. Right? Isn't this the... Oh, no. We're getting pistol whip. We're getting some of the dual wield skills, not the sword. I wish they would do something with sword. I would like to... I would love the sword to be like full fencer, but yeah, these don't seem very very significant. Like, I don't know. These don't seem like very like shake up and really going in and doing a lot of things. I don't know. I don't understand really. Inspiring Whirl, now healing allies instead of granting them regeneration, I guess is kind of nice. I don't know. It was nice to kind of have like access to regeneration, like at a at a go. Reduced recharge on a lot of them. Casting time and aftercast for Banner of Defense. Same for Banner of Tactics. Yeah, again, nothing really like where I'm like, oh my god, that's really gonna shake things up. Like, in my opinion. Anyways, oh, I'm excited for the improvements to the venoms for the thief. Can stack more of them when soloing and do bigger poison dumps on enemies, so that'll be fun. Yeah, I do like that. The poison builds, the venoms always felt strange, and I think that is a very simple, but decent solution to the problem that kind of felt like venoms were. So I do agree that's kind of nice. Also, remember, the stuff you're reading might change. Yeah, I think they're gonna add some stuff to it. I feel like it's not significant enough. I think they're gonna add some stuff. And you're right, it might change as well. They might do it more significantly, but we'll have to see how that goes. I love that Ether Feast is getting... Yeah, Ether Feast getting Condi removal is really nice, because it is my go-to healing skill. I like to use it because it's easily accessible. You get a ton of healing if you have 3 clones out, and specifically like in Mirage. Like, Mirage is such a... because when I play Mesmer, it's usually Mirage, and in Mirage, you don't really want to shatter your illusions, right? So you always usually try to have 3 up as much as you can for the ambush skills. So you get like full usage out of Ether Feast, really. So I like using it. I will never forget that trade on Malix when 1 or 2 conditions got transferred to nearby mobs automatically. Best shit ever on was best shit. That was the best shit. I don't remember that. I never played Malix. I'm not an enjoyer of Revenant really that much. I don't know. I just none of the weapons. The thing is that I love theme-wise, I love the Revenant, and I love the idea behind the Revenant, and I love a lot of the legend skills and stuff that we get. But none of the weapons really click for me. I'm not a huge fan of any of the weapons. Dual sword is pretty good, but then usually when you're using dual sword, you're going to be in Shiro because you're trying to attack as fast as you can and do as much damage as you can. But none of the other weapons really have ever clicked with me. So it's not the damage, if I remember, and it said something about unload for Thief implying the damage faster cast time on us or something. I think tons of people. Oh, it might be that. I didn't read fully. I didn't fully read that. I guess. Let's look at it again. Let's pull that back up. Let's see what it says. It says unload increased. I don't know. The only thing it states here is the increased power coefficient. But it might be. Is it maybe the trait? It might be that the trait is getting something. Oh no, it's not. Wait, where are the traits? There's no core traits that are getting anything. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't know. It just states that. The Venom thing is interesting. Because the thing is that you can't because the recharge, what's the recharge on this? 30 seconds. Yeah, you can have 25 stacks of them. So having multiple thieves with venoms in your group is actually really nice because you can stack that up to 25. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, the only thing I see on this is the wiki. I don't know if the wiki has accurate things or not. I don't know. I think. Are gonna love Revenant's Condi once the spear comes out. Maybe we're gonna have to see. I'm kind of iffy. I'm a little iffy on the Revenant Spear. I think that is probably one of the ones that I'm a little underwhelmed by. But we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see how like feels in actual combat. Cause and someone put this pretty well. They did a pretty good job like summarizing it because they put they're in a training area attacking golems, right? And it's like, oh yeah, it's flashy and it's cool and it's whatever, right? But it's like, is it truly a good skill to use? Like, is it a good set to use like in actual combat? So we're gonna have to see. Give our feedback. That's kind of what it's all about. Using the in the beta events, really give our feedback on a lot of these things, and we want to do that. So make sure you guys give your feedback on them on these things. And it clarified that for Solo Thief, if you're using stealth trade that gives you the venoms, you can have stacks at once. Well, I just read on the wiki, and again, that might be wrong on the wiki, but the wiki actually states that you cannot have more than 4 stacks, or I think like a set amount of stacks from a source higher than what it already gives you from one source. So you cannot give yourself extra stacks of them, is what pretty much is set on the wiki. So I don't know. I don't know exactly if there was like some misunderstanding or if they like put something wrong on there. I don't know. I was just reading the wiki and that's what the wiki was saying, so I'm not sure. Oh, per ally? Yeah, okay, I don't know. Again, the wiki didn't really, I don't know. I guess some of the stuff on there wasn't, because it says, I'm just going to read the scale venom. It says, increase the maximum number of charges of scale venom allies can gain from 5 to 25. allies cannot have more than 5 charges of scale venom from the same source at one time. So it says allies. So I guess myself, I can reapply it to give myself more stacks of it or something, I guess. So that's kind of nice. They just need to listen to feedback of speeding up the animations. Yeah, the cast times are kind of... The cast times are pretty bad, right? The cast times is one thing that's really bad on Revenant. It is like the slowest thing ever. But again, we're gonna see the numbers. I mean, here's the thing, right? There's the idea of the good thing. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, okay? And I know a lot of people always complain about ArenaNet listening to, like, looking at things on Snow Crows and stuff like that, right? Listening to some of those people, listening to the big streamers and like those types of things. But you know what? Those exact people, the Snow Crows, like the people from Snow Crows, like they're gonna go into the, you know, the Golem training area, the Special Forces training area, whatever it's called, right? And they're gonna try out these different skills and stuff, and they're gonna tell us numbers. And if ArenaNet really listens to these numbers, and if what people are saying is true about the slowness of the abilities and stuff on the Revenant, then the Revenant numbers will be underwhelming, okay? And they probably will be so in a significant way, so that when people point those out, and if ArenaNet truly listens to the people, the Snow Crows people, and the people that make the benchmarks and stuff like that, then that means that they will probably have to listen to that, right? Like I guess there's like a good bad thing to that, right? So far only poison can have 12 plus because the stealth bait is only poison. Oh, okay. None of the other venoms have other sources unless you have insane alacrity. Oh, okay. I see. I understand. Okay, that's interesting. That will be that'll be one. That'll be a build that I would probably like to play at some point and maybe try it out, like a Venom build, and like do like a Condi based thief, maybe even with a spear, because it sounds like the spear is gonna have access to bleed and poison. And there might be like a cool thing where you can have like venoms on the thief's spear, and that'll be really nice, like to have. So I would love to see that. So anyways, let's move on. Enough about that. So remember, we're looking for undead, and we've heard about Narashi, a fellow Narashi squad. She's a fellow Sunspear. So we actually get right over there. Oh, I'm gonna talk to the Sunspear here. We going? Yeah, I can't wait for a spear. Gonna be yeah, I think a lot of people are excited for the spears. The spears look really, really good. The spears, Deadeye, Poison, Stealth. Yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna be really looking forward to the spears. So yeah, I myself am kind of looking forward to seeing that. But yeah, so so there's Narashi squad. There's some ancient undeads. So there's Narashi, Atak, Rogis, and Lonai. So this is Narashi's squad here, and these are some prominent, very prominent Sunspears. We're gonna see a lot more of these guys. So we have Rogis, who is a it shouldn't be too hard to find these undead. You can smell the rotting stench from the next island. He's an elementalist. Atak is I think he's I don't know, he's wielding a bow. Is he a ranger? I'm not sure. So I tried to scare Lonai with some Istani legends about undead, but I don't think she's buying it. Here's Lonai. She's a necromancer. I've heard if you're bitten by an undead, you'll become undead too. Oh, I'm so scared. Ha, silly superstitions. Interesting. So talking about what Atak told her. And then there's Narashi, who is definitely a ranger. I could hear you coming. It was the cadenced footfall of a Sunspear. It is a dead giveaway. Isle of the Dead. That was close. Thanks for your help. We found some undead in this area and put them to peace. They aren't that hard to find once you know where to look. They yearn for life, so are so are drawn to human settlements and buildings. We've been checking all the farms and villages out here. We have this area under control. Could your team check the Isnur Isles and Mittani Keys? Good luck. So Isnur Isles and Mittani Keys. So the undead, so pretty much they're taking care of like Zalon Reach and like this area up here, you know, because the undead are kind of spreading out. There's no settlements down in the bog. Okay, so they're not going that way, but they're drawn towards life. So they're going to like up here, and Narashi's like, oh, we'll take care of this area. You have to go to these other isles that are so south of here to kind of take care of that. So we will. I miss skeletal undead in games. Which Guild Wars 2 had skeletal undead? We just talked about that earlier. Actually, it's funny that you bring that up because I was talking about a elite specialization that I kind of had an idea for, where I took the necromancer and I wanted to make it into a pet class. So have your life force, so you don't get shroud anymore, and your life force that you have is now your pet's health bar, pretty much. So that becomes your pet's health bar. And I wanted to give the pet that the necromancer would have gotten would be the bone skinner, and the bone skinner. And then I wanted to have, because the bone skinner is based off like bone, it's right in the name, so I kind of wanted to have like the new weapon kind of make a give a focus on like more of the bony side of things. But yeah, you would get like the bone skinner as a pet, and it kind of follows you around, and you would get like the whole idea was to like maybe even change the color of it, because the bone skinner has this like muddy green, like dark olive, like you know, it's not a bright green that the necro gets, but it's more like this brownish green color, like mud colored kind of. And that's what all your like your screen kind of, not your screen, but like your the abilities and the life force bar that you get and stuff, like it would change into that color. So that was kind of my idea. Something is upsetting, insulting China on why they don't exist in a lot of games that hit a wide market of gamers. Would look for future expansions for Guild Wars 2 to go back to Path of Fire or Heart of Thorns areas, opening new maps in old locations. Yeah, we talked about that as well. There definitely could be mini expansions and like the wastes of Maguma, you know, like somewhere north of the Maguma jungle. We could do some. There's plenty of areas still in the Elona regions that we haven't fully explored. You know, when I did the Vabi video, the comparison stream, there's a lot of areas there that we didn't go to because we don't have access to them in Guild Wars 2. So we could see those in like a future expansion, right? Mini expansion. That was my idea for the next release, was the next a bone golem like the Mechanist mech. Yeah, I wanted something a little bit different because, you know, the Mechanist mech being like bipedal kind of thing and being like this golem type of thing. I wanted something that was a little bit different. So I wanted to have like a what is it, a quadrupedal or whatever, like a four-legged creature, you know, and be more of like, you know, kind of step away from that. I didn't want to do another golem because we already have a flesh golem. So I'm just like, well, I don't really want to do that. So that's why I figured the bone skinner, you know, and the thing is that like the thing is that that's like reusing assets in a way that would be really cool, because I love the design of the bone skinner and I think it looks really, really cool. And I don't think many people would be very upset at getting that as a pet and not necessarily getting like new flashy whatever, right? Like, ooh, the bone skinner has to look super fancy. No, you can use the exact skin because it is a really cool like model, and use that, you know, like I would really love that. Give us the Anubis Abomination. Oh man, those would be kind of crazy. Yeah. And you could have like an Egyptian themed like mummy type, like I mean, you kind of already have the Scourge with the sand and all that, but yeah, I don't know, you could have that. Yeah, hopefully at some point, welcome to the Isno. Hopefully at some point they'll go back to elite specializations. I don't know. Welcome to the Isno Isles. If you're looking for more adventure, you've come to the right place. While Becknor Harbor behind me is safe enough, the polders beyond the village could use a good deal of taming. So let's go. We get our first. We get like a little. There's a. We saw that. That's where the cave is that Koss is in, right? We talked about that. But we get like a little part of the village here. Yeah, are we going? So we actually get like, we actually go, it's very interesting. We don't, the part that we just saw, we don't actually get to go to. The little like harbor part that was right outside, actually like past those buildings and then down the trail is where we come to walk into the actual harbor here. So, but we're in the harbor now. And yeah, we're not gonna do much here. I think there's an elder here, one of the leading people. I think there might be, oh, Kanessa. Maybe Kanessa has some new skills for us. On that note, I really hope we encounter juvenile war claws so we can tame our rangers as a new pet. I'm hoping something. You know, they've been pretty good about adding new ranger pets. With Secrets of the Obscure, we got 3 new ones, right? We got the Aether Hunter, we got the Chalk, the Sky whatever Chalk, and then we got the Spine Gazers. So I'm hoping like another 3 of them. So I think there's a high chance of us getting War Claws as like a ranger pet. That would be really cool. It would be nice to have like another cat, like, you know, maybe it could be one of those cat War Claws that we saw, that they kind of like showed in the preview and stuff. That's gonna be, I guess, the skin of the War Claw that's coming with the release or whatever. Maybe seeing those as like tameable, juvenile war, like lowland War Claws or something like that, you know. Find their weakness for 10 seconds. The next dead ally, target ally. Brace yourselves the next time other target ally. So these are all like targeted. I don't like targeting though. I'm not a fan of that. None of these are like new, I don't think. We have Arias here. Yeah, none of these are very interesting, so we're just gonna cut and move on. Feel like we will get 2 expansions with new weapons instead of 1 with elite specializations. Yeah, and we were just saying earlier that you know, they don't necessarily like, if they do the elite specializations. It's really funny that you mentioned this stuff because we've like just talked about all of this, but the thing really is that like, if they do the elite specializations, wow, okay, we have 20 points here, so it's kind of spread out the joy there. Cool, we got that. 22 here. Healing. Mysticism. That's fine. Alright, I haven't distributed any of these points. But yeah, if they do the elite specializations significant enough, they don't necessarily need to add new weapons. Because like, we just got 2 weapon sets for each profession, right? Like, kind of, you know, getting an elite specialization, we don't necessarily need a new weapon. Just do an elite specialization. We have plenty of weapons now. I mean, there's like, the warrior has access to almost every weapon, right? Like, it's insane. So it's fine. I mean, they don't really need to add anything in there. So all right, let's add some teammates. So these are all level 12. So we're actually going into higher level area now, and we can actually take 8 people with us. So the weird thing here is that they kind of skip the whole like having 6 in a group and go straight to having 8. So in all of these areas up here, we can only have 4, and then we go to immediately to 8. So it's kind of crazy that they do this, but it is what it is. We're gonna take a second healer by taking the monk with us, and then Maybe take another physical fighter. Let's go full physical. Let's go full like in your face. We have 2 warriors, 2 dervishes, 1 mesmer, 2 monks, and a paragon. Which will be even easier if elite specs are not coming with weapons. Yeah, and I think most people would be okay if you know, if we get really good elite specializations that are really well thought out, like not like Untamed or something. Like Untamed to me doesn't feel very thought out well at all. But if we get something, you know, that's really well thought out and that really feels good and stuff, like I would be totally fine with not having a new weapon with it, you know. Alright, so let's exterminate. So here we are, we're in Yasno Isle. This is a big, you can see there's a lot of water. There's a lot of farmland. They're farming a lot of things here. They have these weird nets. I think this is where they like, isn't this how they like catch like crawfish or something? Isn't that what that is? I know nothing about fishing. I know nothing about farming. I know none of this stuff. So I don't know what these nets are for, but it kind of like these shallow waters here kind of make me think of that a little bit. So things are getting aggressive out here. Is like, holy crap. But we are leveling up and we are getting better. We're getting more points as we go along. We're probably gonna get a lot of points here. Ooh, mysticism for each equipped signet. I would definitely want the mysticism one. The other one can kind of be whatever, but I definitely want the mysticism one. I might give that to Milani right now, actually, since she's already in our group. So boom, she's gonna get 2 points of mysticism. Boom, nice. So that increases her damage, or at least her stuff that she has, right? Mysticism right there. Mysticism just helps her with energy and armor and reduces the cost of dervish enchantments by 4% for each rank. And then in PvE you gain 1 armor, so she's gonna be this heavy armored and cooldown reduction build into your class. Okay, I could not hit that X to save my life. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was very concerning. Okay. We're gonna have to look out for some good weapons as well. I'm going down here because I'm looking for something. Isn't it down here, the treasure? So there's these weekly treasures that you can find. If you guys remember doing the comparison stream, I actually went in and I did get one of those treasures. So I'm looking at, I think it's down here somewhere. Or is it over there? Insect Hunt. Alright, let's do it. Insect Hunt. Warriors are missing scepter and short bow and offhand focus. Yeah, which is, it would be funny if they were to get like scepter and focus and became like a flame mage or something, where they like go completely like not warrior anymore. I remember when I first unlocked Reaper back in the day when Heart of Thorns first came out. I had enough points to unlock the Shroud, and that's it. No, I didn't even great sword or trades. Yeah, and they don't, because the idea is that, like, you know, weapons, the weapons are all supposed to kind of like work. You know, all the weapons are supposed to like work, right? You're not supposed to be like, oh well, like that's what I hate about the Spectre, for example, because on the Spectre you need to use Scepter because that is the only way that you really get Torment. Now they added like Axe, and I don't know how good Axe is with like Torment and stuff, but up you know, up until then, it was always like, well, you want to play Spectre, you have to use Scepter, right? And I really hated that. I'm like, oh god. I'm like, you know, I really wanted them to take Spectre and have it focus on poison, because poison is like available on many other weapons, and I really wanted Scepter, instead of inflicting torment, to inflict poison, and like kind of really go ham on the poison and be like a poison mage almost. Like that would have been, there it is, the buried treasure. I'm looking for that. Like, in my opinion, that would have been really cool, but that never happened. Of course, they wanted, like I said recently, like, you know, in one of the spear videos, I think I talked about how like Torment has really, like, you know, was a late addition to the game and kind of completely took over. I can't walk down there. I have to walk back around. Really took over the scene on like damaging conditions. Like everything is Torment. I'm like, why does it need to be Torment? It could just be poison. Like poison is such a staple of the thief, and they could have really taken that and been like, oh well, we're gonna make a poison mage. You know, that would have been really nice. And it's been obsessed with Torment ever since they added it to the game. I think Torment was a huge mistake, but that's me. I don't think it was a huge mistake, but yes, you are exactly right. It wasn't a huge mistake, because I think it has a place in the way that it was implemented and the changes that they've made to it. But the problem is that they just, every new condition thing that they have always focuses on that. It's like, what about the other conditions? Like, there's other conditions that could be really cool. Like, I talked about one concept that I really, really liked, which was the idea that, you know, I really love the Reaper having a Condy variant by having Chill inflict bleeding. Right? Like, that's really cool to me, because I'm just like, it adds this like a layer of depth, right? Like, Chill by itself, it's kind of underwhelming, especially in the PvE sense, but now with this trait, you can do like a damage building thing around it, and it has this really great synergy with a lot of skills that are just inflicting chill, right? Like, that's really cool to me. And I've talked about this before, where I'm like, I wish they would do that to other things. Like, they could do the same thing on, like, for example, they could change one of the Grandmaster traits on earth magic for the elementalists, that maybe changes, like, if you inflict weakness, you also inflict bleeding, right? Because there's a lot of like stoning, like the staff 1 attack on the earth magic elementalist staff, right? Like, it inflicts weakness. So you could have this like, oh, every time we inflict weakness, we also inflict bleed or something, right? Or like, I don't know, maybe weakness applies bleeding every second or something like that. Like, if an opponent is weakened, it applies whatever it is, right? Because then there's synergy with like a condition-based thing, right? And I really like that. Like, it would bring focus to some of the other things, you know, and they could do it with like, they could do it with burning, or they could do it with, you know, on the fire element or something. Ooh, we get, oh, it's a motivation shield. That's not good. That's not good at all. Receive physical damage -5. Oh, that's so nice. That's so much better than what I'm using. But it's a motivation shield. That sucks. It's not good. But that's okay. Whatever. It is what it is. Be cool if Thief got burned with mace or torch. That would be kind of nice. We have no access to any burns at all, so giving more variety to, or there you go. For example, you could have like, if like you could have something, maybe have a weapon or an elite spec that deals with inflicting like a ton of blindness, and then you can have one of the you know, one of these one of the traits, one of the Grandmaster traits, have like, every time you inflict blindness on an enemy, you also inflict burning. And so you could have this whole build where you just focus everything on inflicting blindness on an enemy, right? Which is already like kind of strong because, you know, you can block like a lot of really heavy hitting attacks with that. But then at the same time, you know, if you're pumping out blindness, boom, 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 you just keep applying it, you're also giving burning, right? I really love that. Like having something apply, like have a non-damaging condition apply a damaging condition. I love that idea. I really, really love that idea. And I really think that they should do more with that. You know, it's like, I don't know. I think there's something there that they could really do with. I have an idea for a Guardian Elite spec where Chill becomes poison, since besides Burn, Guardians do have quite a bit of access to Chill. Reapers have Chill, equals Bleed, Revenants have Chill, Torment, so it'd be fun if Guardians got their own version with Chill Poison. Poison? I mean, I don't know. That I'm trying to figure out like how that would thematically work. Like, why is that poisoning us, right? Like, I mean, I guess you could say like hypothermia or whatever. Like, is like creating like is damaging us and it's giving up as poison. I don't know. I was thinking more like, because you know, and I know that that's kind of like, you know, whatever. But actually having like. I actually like would love to have Chill inflict burning on the Guardian, because the idea being that the Guardian has already access to a ton of burn. So having an elite spec that kind of focuses on Chill, but then have a Grandmaster that deals with like every time you inflict Chill you burn, and it's kind of the idea of like freezer burn, right? Like that's a thing, you know, so kind of going, you know, in that direction with it. I'm going all over this. I'm going all over the place with this right now, and with this with my group. Like I have to like turn around because I have to go. I mean, I don't know, going around this way or going around that way. I don't know. I thought maybe there was an entrance through here, but there's not. Okay. Alright, I had to pull the group away. They were like attacking these guys up there, but I don't think that was really. I miss the old way Chill worked on Reaper, where it became its own unique condition. Yes, I do remember that as well. That was really cool. That was really cool. But I think like I love the change they did though, because it creates more of a synergy with other things already existing. You know what I mean? Like because then you can bleed off of build you can build off of bleed, and say like, oh okay, well, you know, all the other traits and all the other things that deal with bleeding now also matter to the Reaper if you're selecting that trait, right? Creating synergy between different traits is really cool to me. So, Dark Corrupted Guardian. Guardians already does so much burn. Chill doing burn would just be too much burn. Another idea was every stack of burn is like 3 stacks of poison. Burns on enemy become infected, therefore why the poison happens. Yeah, I could see that more because, you know, the idea of like, you could have like, if you wanted to do like a Dark Corrupted, you could have like you said, something where burn does poison or something, like, you know, it's some kind of synergy between those two, because when you think about it, you know, you inhale the smoke that's like poison to you as well, right? Like the smoke of like a fire or whatever, you know, and that's like a common thing that happens during fires is like, you know, you get like the it's not called smoke poisoning, but it's like, you know what I mean, like it's one of those things. So there would be a synergy there, like thematically that would work out as well. you know, have like get poisoned from like too much, the inhaling too much of the fumes of the fire kind of thing. And you could kind of, you know, you talk about a dark guardian, which is actually a really cool idea. I really love that theme. So there's two separate ways, and he actually touched on it earlier, and there's two separate ways they could do. They could do it like we just said, with having the burning inflict poison and kind of doing it that way, and kind of like maybe focusing on more of the smokiness of the fire, right? Rather than just like, oh, the pure blue cleansing flames of the guardian, kind of like maybe have the weapon and this and the mechanics and or the I'm sorry, the utility skills and the mechanic kind of focus on like the smokiness of the fire or whatever, and kind of like dealing with that, and that kind of creates the dark, right? It's like, ooh, it's a dark smoke, like a smoke type of guardian, you know. It's like there's that, or having having a chill guardian that inflicts poison or something that kind of deals with like a death knight. Like think of a death knight, right? Because like death knights are like these undead. I feel like they're undead and deal with like a lot of like chill and poison and darkness, and so you could do like something like a death knight, you know, that kind of does that type of thing, which I guess the Reaper already kind of does. I guess the Reaper is supposed to be like a death knight, but I would love to see that with like maybe a little bit of burning in there, and kind of have like give them access to like a lot of the different like conditions and stuff. So still think they could have added the bleed, but like maybe a certain stacks of chill, it does the bleed like a burst of stacks. I just missed the visuals of the old chill on Reaper. Oh, I don't remember the old chill, the old animations of chill. Yeah, I don't remember that. Alright, let's fight some of these Corsairs. While we're here, get a morale boost. Get some extra experience points, because we are looking, look at this, guys. We're almost a Sunspear captain. Ooh. Exciting stuff. Illusion magic and armor while affected by a hex spell. Yeah, I'm not really looking for that. Gray ash and skill colors, tones for guardians will look cool. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that. That would be really nice. Kind of like almost having it themed after like the after effect of a fire, right? Because like once something has burned for a long time, you know, what are you left with? Like the ashes of something, right? So it could be like maybe the smoke and ashiness, right? It's like you've already burned the enemy and now they've become like, you turn them to ash kind of thing. Maybe that type of thing as well. So it's like the smokiness, the ashiness, like kind of have that kind of thing going. That would be really cool. I would love that a lot. And like, you know, maybe give them like, you know, I know it's kind of weird and we haven't seen it, but like a main hand torch. Maybe have a main hand torch. I mean, I would like to see some of the offhand things come to the main hand. Specifically, like torch. I would like to see, you know, focus. What else do we have that's offhand? Is that the only offhands? It made enemies freeze up and turn blue. Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't remember that. Like these skills, but all the time from any of your chills. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. I don't remember that, but that is kind of cool. I do miss that as well. I mean, they could have kept that. They could have kept that in as like a general thing. They could have, they could have had this visual effect of like anytime it triggers, it does that. You know, like anytime it triggers the whole like bleeding through chill or whatever. Like anytime you apply chill, you get enemies get that effect on them or something. That would be kind of cool. I would like that a lot. The elite skill for bonfire, like fiery greatsword mechanic, giving everyone the ability to grab a torch to burn enemies for a while. Oh, that'd be kind of cool to kind of have like this like area effect, and then you can run up to it and you can take like a little thing out of it that gives you like a set of skills or something that you can use, or like maybe yeah, something like that. I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, like I'm thinking of like a big pyre that's kind of like you know, kind of burn through, and there's just like smoke coming out of it, and it's just kind of like the fire has gone out now. It's like the after effect. It's, you know, that'd be kind of cool. Thematically, that'd be kind of nice. And I got rid of it because it caused lag, crashing. If you run out skills up and separated, they could keep different versions. Yeah, I don't know. ArenaNet changes random things all the time, and they tell us one thing, and then it's like, what? Because remember, I'm still sour about it, but Frost Aura, I miss the old effect. Frost Aura used to look so cool, and I think of it all the time now when I use Frost Aura. I'm like, the new Frost Aura sucks. It doesn't look good. Looks like. Alright, so we've cleaned up almost all of the area here. The Isnor Isles, which is like this farming village. Ancient ruins right in the middle of it, which is kind of cool. Like Bonfire from Dark Souls. That's exactly what I was thinking about too. I was thinking exactly like bonfires from Dark Souls. Like that's exactly what I was kind of thinking of too. With like maybe fiery swords sticking inside of it, like these like blue fiery swords that are inside of it, and people can pull those out and like I guess use them or whatever. We did it. Alright, so we've cleared all the enemies here. And it is now time for us to journey to the next spot. Bonfire like dark. I do like Dark Aura. Oh yeah, the Dark Aura is great. I love the Dark Aura. When they added it, I'm like, holy crap. I wish we had more access to Dark Aura. Like I wish we had like, that was like one thing where I'm like, I wish, like the Spectre, for example, had like a skill. You know how like the Elementalist has the skills where you can actually use like Frost Aura, like the Aura skills where you get auras on the different weapon sets. Like I was kind of hoping for something like that for the Spectre, where you just like, I don't know, the 2 skill on the Spectre is like on the Scepter for the Spectre is like you gain a Dark Aura or something. Like that would be really cool. I wish more accessibility to that. The Mittani keys are racked by storms and Corsairs alike, so be careful as you venture through. Corsairs are one thing, but even Koss would think twice before starting a fight with the storm-seasoned fisherman who has to scratch out a living in this rough area. I'm glad you've arrived. The Mittani keys certainly need a strong Sunspear presence. Alright, so we're in the Kodlonu Hamlet, which is like halfway. Oh, we didn't read about these things here. So let's read about the Becknor Harbor. Life in Becknor Harbor is harsh, but you won't hear the villagers' complaints. Surrounded by corsairs and all manner of beasts and roaming plants, these hardy folks still find a way to scrape out a living, farming ironweed in the local ponds and fishing the open seas. The Isnor Isles east of the village were once part of the Mittani Keys, but years of silt brought in during storms formed land bridges, allowing the local wildlife to flourish and roam the regions. So yeah, so it used to be part of the Keys, but this actually became like one solid island based off the storms coming from the sea. And yeah, so they're kind of talking about all of that, and that's Becknor Isle. And then we're in the hamlet here. The annual storms that wash over the Mittani Keys forced residents of Kodlonu Hamlet to rebuild on a regular basis. Thus, the central marketplace for the keys and the Isner Isles is dominated by tent and pole construction. Most merchants merely fish their old stained tents from the surf and begin anew each season. Oh, they fish out their old tents. Sealing wares only found in the keys. Specialty items from afar that have somewhat bypassed Kamadan's customs and lost cargo rescued from the Corsairs. Alright, so that's why we see a lot of tents here. Because this outpost gets frequently washed away and blown away by the storms coming in from the sea. So these are all like temporary things that like every, you know, like hurricane season or something get blown away. I want the new Elite Spec to change Guardian colors, make it white silver. That'd be kind of cool, like a white silvery, like fire, ashy, smoky. That'd be cool. I would like that. More classes should have access to auras beside Elementalists for sure. Necro and Thief for Dark Aura, Guardian Frost Aura, Warrior Fire Aura. They have access, but they need more. Yeah, I agree. I think so too. I think they are kind of the staple now, and they've kind of I talked about well, I didn't talk about it, but in the video that is upcoming, I kind of talk a little bit about Barrier, you know, Barrier was what initially when it was in its initial inception. Barrier was only available to the Necromancer, to the Scourge, but then they kind of changed that, and now it's accessible to a lot more people, to the point where they changed the visual effect of Barrier, not just in the text that pops up, but also in the visual effect around your character, which is kind of weird, but yeah, they did that. So I kind of feel like they should do the same for auras and stuff. Has anyone leveled up? Milani has, so we're gonna give her a couple of skills here, make her stronger. So we're slowly, the people on my team are now level 15. So we're like way behind these people now. We're kind of falling behind because we haven't done too many side quests, but we're still clearing out the undead. And we're not quite done with, you know, it's not like we're moving on to like higher level areas, because as you can see, we're kind of running out of areas. There's one area down here that we haven't gone to, and we haven't really explored the outside of the first city, but other than that, you know, we're kind of stuck here for now. So we're gonna make sure that we are indeed like level 20 before we leave here. I think it would be a good idea to do. Reminds me of the joke for people sales. And that's kind of weird. I've seen that before, and I really don't agree with that, because I don't think all the skills Arena adds are wells. Like, a lot of them are maybe AoEs, but you know, I don't know. I just don't think they're wells. Like, I don't know. Oof. I'm getting tired. So I'm probably just gonna finish up this quest and head out, because we're already at like 4 hours, so that's pretty good. But we're gonna finish this quest. I like damage over time, especially if it isn't Condi. I do like that too. I like it as well. I don't know. I always used to, so a couple of certain class stereotypes that I've always enjoyed, like one that I liked, that specifically I like to play in like Final Fantasy games and stuff, are buff and debuff characters. So having you know, if we're talking about specifically Final Fantasy 14, you know, there's like and a lot of them, there's like haste and stuff that you can cast, and there's like debuffs that you can cast on enemies and stuff. So I really like that. I've always been a fan of just like reducing armor and reducing like damage output and like that type of stuff. Like I've always been a fan of that play style. You know, on top of like damage over time effects, I've always kind of been a fan of that. But in Guild Wars 2, it's kind of weird because I play mostly PvE, and condition damage in PvE just doesn't really feel that satisfying because it just takes so long to ramp up, and then you're like, you just feel weaker than power damage because everything just takes longer, you know? And I'm just like, oh man, I could be doing the same thing way quicker if I just use power damage. So that's kind of why I'm like, a little iffy on using like Condi and damage over time and stuff. And like I hate how accessible like invulnerability is one of those things that like, I don't know, for a while it was okay, but now it's like any enemy, like if you're in a group of 5, like any enemy that you face will have automatically 25 vulnerability on them, and I kind of feel like vulnerability has lost its identity in that sense, because it's like it's just so readily available that it's like it doesn't really do much. I wish there was some kind of like stagger mechanic where like once an enemy reaches 25 vulnerability, it like staggers the enemy or something like that in a weird way. Like maybe something like that, like maybe how defiance works, maybe like makes an enemy defiant or causes some defiance or knocks them down or something like that. I don't know, where there's like really like a need to get to 25. Yeah, maybe like a knockdown or something at like 25 vulnerability or something. I don't know. Maybe that could be that, you know, and that could be kind of maybe a trait or one of the like elite specializations or something. If you inflict like 25 stacks or over a certain stack of vulnerability, you knock down the enemy or something. That's like a non-Condi version of that like freezing thing we talked about earlier with the bleeding. That would be almost like a power damage thing, you know, because like vulnerability is usually used for power damage on most builds, you know, like when you look at like Shiro, you know, Shiro on Revenant and stuff, there's like a lot of access, like the dual sword has access to a lot of vulnerability, which, you know, but it's just straight up like just pure regular damage or whatever. I like damage, which is why pulsing damage from lightning on spear makes me super happy for elementalists. Yeah, that it looks really interesting. It looks really cool. Spellbreaker stripping boons build where you can do strike of damage each time you strip. I like the concept like that. Other than that, I love poison and toxic and watching enemies die slowly. I'm fucked like that. It's funny. Yeah, I do like that too. And that's why Spellbreaker is still my main. Like I still main Spellbreaker because exactly of that. I love being able to like, because I feel like that is unique enough not to be considered like, you know, because we have debuffs, right? But that's like Condi. And it's like, well, everyone can inflict Condi. You know, everyone can inflict burning. Everyone can inflict poison. Everyone can inflict bleeding. Everyone can inflict torment. You know, it's just like, it doesn't feel unique. I want to play something that's unique. And like you said, exactly, like the Spellbreaker, stripping boons and damaging enemies with it, like that is exactly the type of stuff that I love to play. That is so cool. Like to me, I really, really love that. And at the same time, you know, the Spellbreaker, you know, when you're using like dual dagger, for example, has access to a lot of might. So you kind of have like that buffing in there as well. So you kind of buff and you debuff enemies, but you also buff friendlies at the same time. I really like that concept. So I'm a huge fan of that. For sure. Like that a lot. I get the power complaint. That's why I like hybrid builds, like Reaper Bleed power build. That's what I play on my Reaper, and it's super nice. Elementalist and Guardian power burn builds. Yeah, I do. I haven't. I don't know. The thing with Elementalist is kind of hard because in order to achieve that with the Elementalist, I feel like you need to wear something like Celestials, but then it's like you kind of spread your damage so far out that you're like it doesn't you don't kill fast either way because you're so squishy, so you need like a lot of like it's just a point distribution on Elementalists is so iffy because their survivability sucks so bad, so you kind of need that, you know. Thief power poison build, but I like it. You could do yeah, you know, and actually now you speaking of a poison power build, I kind of tried to do that on one of my characters in Guild Wars 2 the other day. I tried to do like a poison, and it just it's good, it's not bad, but it just kind of feels like it's missing something. It's kind of feeling like it's missing that oomph, that like serious like, yeah, this is strong, and this, you know, I don't know. It's like it's not bad, but it's just kind of like, okay. All right, so we've done it. We've cleared out all of the 3 pieces of Viper, 3 pieces of Ritualist is what I use. That's pretty good. Oh, I'm just gonna teleport here. I'm not finding this group. I thought I had already teleported, but I guess not. So, all right, so we cleared out all the undead. We're cleaning up the mess. It's good. It's good that we're doing that. I'm running Berserker at the moment, but I'll be switching to Spellbreaker once I get my hands on the spear. Yeah, I know that Berserker is probably the best DPS that Warrior has right now, but I don't like the concept of it. I'm not a fan of the Primal Bursts. I'm not one of those people that I don't like to play one of those like raw characters that's all like rage induced, like, you know, like I'm not you know, steroidy, like that type of, like, I'm not a fan of that. So I like a more of like a finessed warrior, and I really love the concept of the Spellbreaker. I really love it. The only thing about Spellbreaker is I wish that they would have gotten quickness rather than the Blade Swarm. It's my biggest thing. Poison power works better on Daredevil, but Deadeye pure Condi build is stronger. Deadeye Spectre power builds are better than those. Interesting. I like the animation of full counter, and it's been a while. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I love the I'm a huge fan of Winds of Disenchantment. I know it's like, you know, it's not the skill to use. You're supposed to use Rampage. That's the thing. I remember like running a raid one time and I was using Winds of Disenchantment and someone like lost their fucking mind and they were just like, why are you using that? And I'm just like, because I like it. It looks pretty. Oh, I didn't mean to. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the merchant. So I really like a lot of the golden animations that we get on what is it? Spellbreaker. Honestly, I was like thinking for the longest time there. I'm like, I guess I'm gonna use that on Milani. Because Milani only has like some damage. So this is bigger damage. But we also need to go to a weaponsmith. And I need to customize these weapons. I haven't done this yet. And that'll increase the damage quite a bit. So. I don't like the rapid chunk chucking of spears, primal burst anyway, so it works out. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? It feels very like, you know, that's what sword already does. I wish they would have done something where it's like the primal burst, have it be a spread of spears where you like throw and it's like a fan like in front of you, like a cone in front of you that throws out like burning spears in front of you in a cone or something. I feel like that would have been kind of cool, but whatever. What do I know? I don't know. Oh, there. I'm like, where's the weapon guy? So we can customize it. Customize the spear. I guess we can. Can we not? Can we customize this and then? Oh, the shields can't be customized. I mean, I guess they can, but it doesn't gain any effects. Okay. Alright, so we had to customize that. I'm one of those reasons where I don't like using Weapon of the Elite spec anymore, but I've been loving my dagger, so I'm gonna miss it once I swap to Spellbreaker. But hey, Spear. Or it doesn't have to be ranged, so could it be Primal Burst for Spear? A running lunge that leaves a burning trail? Oh, that's true. It doesn't have to be ranged. I was just like, it doesn't have to be ranged? You're right. It doesn't have to be ranged. That's true. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Leaving like a burning trail behind you. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. I like that idea. Well, I'm still gonna, the thing is I'm gonna have like, I'm gonna be weapon swapping between the two. So I'm gonna have my daggers and my second weapon slot, and I'm gonna be swapping because the idea is that I don't have a long range weapon on my warrior, and I have like a longbow right now. So I'm gonna have the spear for like long range, and then I'm gonna have my daggers for short range. And I think that still fits into the theme of being a paragon, because the daggers were supposed to be the spear tips of this paragon that they forged into daggers. So we're kind of still doing the same. We're, you know, thematically it still fits, and yeah, and I still liked. I'm gonna use it that way, you know. So it's amazing. No one got hurt. Elder Stool was pretty upset. He says Cormia is responsible since she's been poking around the ruins of Fariner. He nearly dragged her in front of the council to answer for it. You managed to get things under control quickly, so I'm sure everything will be all right. But the fun never stops around here. A ship from Cantha, of all places, just docked. It's rumored to be carrying servants of Balthazar, the Zaishan. Okay. So a Zaishan ship has just docked on the coast, on the docks of Istan. So very interesting. These are indeed strange times. A Zaishan ship from Cantha just docked. They are the blades of Balthazar, his mortal servants, who guard the entrance to the mists on the battle isles. Their coming could only mean darkness is about to fall upon us. The Zaishan general has requested the presence of any who had contact with the creatures in Fariner. That means you. Good luck. They'll either help us or kill us all. General Yuru Karo is waiting in the Sundocks. Okay, so the Zaishan are here because they want to know about what has been going on in the ruins. Staff and spear. Okay, that makes sense. I get that. And you get a little bit of sustain on the staff and stuff, so look at this guy in his afro here. Huh. Oh, look at this lady in her little hat. Ooh, look at this necro. That's a cool ass necro, dude. Got a little witch lady here. Ugh. Yeah, I'm getting tired too, so I'm actually just gonna go into the Sundocks here, and I'm gonna be leaving as well. I'm just gonna finish this up, and I'm gonna be leaving as well. So, all right. So we have the Zaishanar here. This is Sea Marshal Bendro. He says, I need to keep an eye on the boats and make sure nobody tries to smuggle any illegal materials into Kryta. You wouldn't believe what people try. One necromancer even tried to import animated remains of his wife. What? It's fucking sick. Alright, anyways. The Zaishnav trained and defended this world for eons. Okay? Bad Tide Rising. The Zaishnav protected this world for eons. We are mortal servants of the world. Actually, we're going to do this next time. I think because this is going to start like a whole new quest with Acolyte, Sasuke, and Jin. So I think I'm going to do that next time. So, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm really tired, and yeah, this is gonna just start a whole new thing. So we're gonna stop it here. It's gonna kick me back into Commandant anyways. But yeah, so the Zaishin are here. We're gonna find out more. My character looked better in Guild Wars 1. I used a mod to make my character look like Lara Croft. Oh really? Oh, that's really cool. I love those. I used one of those mods that changed the texture of a character in Final Fantasy XIV, actually. Like a long time ago when I played Final Fantasy XIV, when it first came out, feels like ages now. I got a texture pack for because I play what is it, Scholar? Is that the fairy one? What's the one with the fairy? I think that's Scholar. And I got a texture on the fairy. I remember like changing. I found like a cool texture online that changed what the fairy looked like, and I was like, oh man, I love that. And I put that on, and that was cool. I don't know, that was like a billion years ago. So it was great talking to you. Yeah, thank you so much, Mish King. I appreciate it. Always good to have you in. Thank you so much, and I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Emily, for being here. NM as well. Digikuma was here earlier. Thank you so much. And wasn't I didn't see HC tonight, but that's okay. Maybe they'll check in tomorrow. We'll see. Not sure, but you guys have a good night. I will see you tomorrow, and tomorrow's update day, so I don't know, we might do a little bit of Guild Wars 2, kind of discuss that stuff maybe. I don't know, it depends on how crazy the changes are, but yeah, anyway.